everyone. Let's get started. So thank you all for being here up and early. We're very happy that the first day went off as a success and you got the chance to speak to so many amazing speakers. So today is really a chance for us to kind of summarize everything that you've learned. And at the same time, we're super stoked to hear what amazing solutions you have for us today. So let's get started. Again, I'll always remind you, please make sure you have something to drink or a snack in front of you because this is going to be an intensive day. We're starting off at 9 a.m. and hopefully, if everything goes on time, we will finish before 5 o'clock. So let's get started. This is just a quick preview of what to expect for today. So we're going to start off with a couple of workshops. First, we're going to have the BIV team just walk you through what to expect for today, as well as some of the tools that you're going to be using. We're then going to have another amazing session with one of our speakers from yesterday, Matilda De Silva, who's going to be sharing more about the Ocean Purpose Project, as well as some of the technologies and innovations that they have created. After that, you're going to have an ideation workshop. This is going to be conducted by the Youth Founders School, one of our great partners. And they have a lot of experience, of course, with your demographic, and will be sharing their top tips on how to create the perfect pitch, as well as the initial stages for starting your company. We'll then have like a quick lunch break. And during the lunch break, for those of you who want to stay tuned, you'll also be hosted by Matilda, who'll be showing you a couple of videos and footage from the Ocean Purpose Project. And then we'll kind of commence, after the lunch break, to do sort of the hard work, where you're going to be using the software tool, the Mindomo, and really put together your solution. You'll have two chances to kind of revamp and polish your presentation as well as your pitch. And then we're going to proceed to sort of the final pitch presentation, where you'll be judged and scored by some amazing judges. And then we'll announce the prizes and wrap up the hackathon. So now what I'd like to do, I just want to remind you who your hosts or MCs are for today. So joining me, I have my great colleagues, Elaine and Eating from the BIV team. And I'm going to pass it over to them now as they walk you through what to expect for the hackathon and how to kind of, I guess, utilize the tools that we have for you today. So over to you, Elaine and Eating.
Right. Thank you, Dala, for a kind introduction. And then, I hope everyone here, had a great rest yesterday night, and then you're prepared, for what's to come today. Yeah. So just to go over, the kind of program that we have today. We're going through, let's say, like a program overview. Later on, we're going to discuss through, kind of the format of the day, and then to remind you guys, let's say, to go over, the problem statement, the mind map tools, the judging criteria, and also the prizes that you stand to win. Yeah. So next slide, please. Okay, so just to remind you guys again, we do have, let's say, an exciting lineup of talks and workshops, to get you ready for ideation and pitch presentation today. So do look out for, let's say, especially the ideation workshop later on. So that's going to be very helpful for you guys, to guide you on how to build your business idea, an initial MVP, or what we call as a minimum viable product, and also how to build your elevator pitch. Yeah. So then, this is going to be followed, let's say, by the breakout sessions that we're going to have for you. So in terms of that, you'll be having a chance to, let's say, you'll be breaking into, let's say, to you and your team members to discuss on, let's say, which problem statement that you are going to tackle and come up with a solution, build your mind map, and also practice your 5 minutes elevator pitch. Yeah. So next slide, talk a bit more about like the kind of format that we're going to go to. Yeah, so for the breakout sessions, each team will be assigned to one breakout room, and then with one facilitator from the BIV team. So they will be there to guide you when necessary. So because it's a hackathon, you only have about, let's say, 15 minutes for each breakout session. So this will really be a test, to see which team is able to come up with the best solution with the time given. Yeah. So as mentioned, look out for the prototyping workshops. So that's going to help you, in your ideation. And then, down right at the end, you become given, let's say, a time to pitch in front of everyone. Yeah, and then where you'll be able to pitch in front of our amazing lineup of judges also. And then you'll kind of end the day with the announcement of winners and then the prize presentation. Yeah. So just to remind everyone of the problem statements we have, so for food, we have one, how we can encourage consumers to adopt plant-based diets. Two, how can we make consumers aware of and be willing to try healthier and more nutritional foods. And then three, how do we minimize food loss and food waste? Yeah, so that's for food category. So moving on to function category, we have how can we upcycle packaging, and then how can we make the production of textiles more efficient and less harmful to the environment. And then lastly, we have, how can we encourage a culture of ethical consumption? So that's the three problem statements we have for function. So for the category of flavor and fragrance, we have one, how do we make consumers aware of harmful production practices, while satisfying the demands for this product? Two, are there sustainable ways to extract flavorings and flavor profiles? And then number three, lastly, how can we enhance food to incorporate natural and minimal processed, flavor and fragrance? Yeah, so that's really the problem statements that we have. So I hope you guys had a chance to think a bit through, yesterday night to decide, which ones that you like to tackle. Yeah. So moving on next. So right now, actually I'm going to hand over to Yukta, my colleague, who will bring you guys through briefly on the MindDomo tool itself. So especially this is useful, let's say for those of you guys who didn't manage to have the chance to really look through properly yesterday night. Yeah, so maybe I'll hand it over to you, Yukta.
Yep. Hello, good morning everyone. I hope you had a good rest and you're ready for today. Let me just share my screen. Can you all see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I hope that by now you've all been added into your respective teams on MindDomo. But if any of you have not been able to or have troubles logging in, I'll just go over from scratch. So if you've had troubles logging in, you just log in using your email ID and the password that I created for you and mentioned. And I hope everybody changed their password to something unique. So the file that the team admin who created your folder and your mind map will be able to see it here. So you will say team 1 food or team 4 function, and for the rest of the team you will be able to go to shared with me and you will be able to find the mind maps that have been shared with you. So you can click on the relevant one. I'm sure that you will have one as of now, which will be shared with you by your team admin, and that's the one that you'll be working with. You can feel free to go ahead and create a folder and move what's been shared with you there. But to the teams which have not managed to create a mind map and share it with your team, I'll just quickly go over how you'll be able to do that. So you just go to create and come down and just create a new folder. So if I'm part of team 2 food, I will just say team 2 food. So that's been created. So I go to create again and I just want to create a mind map. There are a lot of templates, but okay, I'll just go with one. And once your mind map has been created, you just go to share. And then in this box here which says enter your email address to share, you just search the name of your team. So if I'm from team 2 food, I just press that and I'll ensure that I'm sending out email invitations to the rest of the team so that they're all able to click on that link and come over. So I just say send. So everybody from my team would now be able to access this mind map, which I can start working on. So if you have any trouble creating a mind map and sharing it with the rest of your team, or if any of you from a team have not been able to access the mind map that's been shared with you, you can feel free to reach out to me in the Zoom chat as well, and I'll be happy to help you on finding your mind map or creating a mind map for your team. So now I'll quickly go over some of the features that MindDomo has offered us for you all to help with your prototyping and brainstorming and also the pitch presentation. So this is the main topic, the one that you see on your screen. So this is the main topic Okay, so probably here you would want to add maybe the name. If I want to add the name of the product, so I just say my product is, okay, plant-based burger or whatever I want. So how you add an image would be to go to this drop down arrow over here, and you can go over here and see multimedia. So I go here, I can upload from my computer drive or just go to the web and search the web. So I say plant-based burger, it will show you, and you can just pick the one which you think is most relevant to what you're describing. If this is how you want to add an image or a video which you think is relevant for your pitch presentation. So always remember that when you press it, it will be highlighted. So that's when you know that you're working with this first bubble. If you don't press, it's not highlighted. So how you add a new subtopic is over here. You can see that this is the one. You can press this or just press the tab button on your keyboard. So when I press that, it goes here. If you want to add a subtopic again to the main one, so you want to say, let's say why you're doing this, and like what's your product, you go back, highlight the main bubble, and then press tab again, and then say what, and then you say something else like what's the uniqueness of your company. So you go ahead and do this. If I'm highlighted on the uniqueness and I press tab, it will always add like a new bubble for me, which branches out from the existing one that's highlighted. So if I want to give many reasons why, I just keep saying tab. I go here again and I say tab. So now you will have probably like reason 1, reason 2, and so on and so forth. So this is how you do it. And then you go back to the main, and this button that I'm highlighting over here, which has like a rectangle box and 2 branches, this is just to decide how you want the branches to look. So now it's branching out from a few from the left and a few from the right. If I want it all to come down, I press this. So this is just, since as part of your judging criteria, since presentation of your mind map is one of the criteria, you can definitely spend a little bit of time to stylize your mind map the way you feel, so that it's clear and presentable. And then you use this button, the checkbox, to assign it. So imagine that you've decided that somebody from your team is going to have to work on the why, and you want to keep track of it. You just go to this checkbox and say, okay, I want to assign it to myself, or I want to assign it to somebody else from my team, so that this person whom I've just added will be notified that they have to work on this, and they can just continue to edit this real time. So this is how you use that feature. And then this is just for you to like give a long description for yourself. This is like to add a smiley face. This one is to record an audio. We would definitely advise that you all will be able to pitch your ideas and present your mind map live instead of having to record it. And then this one is just to choose how the layout of your box. So if you want it to be like this or like this, this one is completely up to you. And this one is if you want any effects. So again, these are all just to stylize. This one is to choose the color of your text. This one is your usual, what you would find in your Word, like bold, italics, or the layout and the size. So these are like the basic tools which will help you with creating new subtopics and adding what you like. And then I would go to the, the 3 horizontal lines here. And if I want to change the theme, I go to the themes. And if I say I want it in black, I just say override. And it just keeps the mind map, but just changes the theme. So you guys can decide on a theme and surely go ahead with it. So imagine that you're done with your, you're done with your presentation, and now it's time for you to decide how you want to present. So you go over here again, and then just click on press enter. So now you can see that one part has been highlighted. This means that this is what is going to be shown on slide 1. So what you pick is going to be enlarged, and the rest is going to be blurred out. So you can choose. So if you first want everybody to just, just see your product, the name of your product and the picture, you just highlight this section and you'll see it's highlighted in blue now. We first recommend that you show us your entire mind map for us to see, and then you can just keep it the way it is and just enlarge it with like this, just with your screen, and show it to us. Or if you have time, you can go ahead and use this presenter feature as well. So then when I click insert slide, if you see, you will see my that there's a plus and a rectangle arrow. This means that I need to indicate what I want to have on slide 2. So imagine that I want to tell them why I chose to do this, or what are the reasons. I highlight this. You can see that it's been highlighted, and now this is highlighted in blue. So this is my slide 2. And then thirdly, I want to show them, like what's the uniqueness of my product. So this is going to be slide 3. And then this slide, like what's my product is going to be slide 4. And then I just play %. You first see the mind map, and then it will come here. So you can explain, oh, this is my product, and this is the name of my product. Second, it will go to why. So if you have like some notes you want to explain on why, you can go ahead and explain why. And then you come to the uniqueness. If you see, the rest is blurred out and this is bold, so it will help us and the judges to also see exactly what you're referring to. And then you go down to what. So that's it. And then you press close. You're done. And you can always just close the presentation mode, and it just goes back to the mind map that you're working on, which you can continue to work on. It's auto-saved, but for all it's worth, it's okay to press Control S once in a while when you're done, to ensure that your work is being saved. We are completely okay with you, presenting just using the mind map software in the website. But if you think you want to like export, you just press export and choose the file type that you want to export as, and it's just going to make you a PDF file or a PowerPoint slide if that's what you want after you've finished making your mind map. So yeah, so this is pretty much how you work with mind maps, how you create them, how you stylize them, and how you present them. So I would definitely be glad to answer your questions if you run with any doubts when you are working with it.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Yukta. Yeah, so for those of you who have questions, feel free to reach out to her. Yeah, in regards to the MindDomo platform. So right now, I'm gonna hand it over actually to Elaine. So she'll be bringing you guys through again, like what the judging criteria for the hackathon, and also some of the prizes that you stand to win, for this hackathon. Yeah. So over to you, Elaine.
Thanks very much, Yiting. Yeah. So if you can move to the next slide. Yeah. First, I wanted to reiterate, the judging criteria for those of you who might not have joined us at this part yesterday. So we're really looking at 4 different categories. The first being, the solution fit. So how effective will your solution be in addressing, the problem statement that you've selected? Secondly, of course, we value innovation and creativity, and we are expecting lots of great ideas coming from all your synergies and collaborations. So really want to ask, does it solve an issue that is under tackled in the market, and how is it distinctive or different from the existing approaches that are out there? Yeah. And then of course, every business idea, you can't actually really implement them unless they're feasible. So really, we want you to consider, what are maybe some of the gaps that you have not addressed, and how can you address them? How viable is this idea in terms of the implementation? In terms of the quality of the prototype built, we realize that everybody is working virtually, so we want to expect too much in terms of prototype. But have you considered holistically the different areas that need to be considered when it comes to a project? Yeah. And last but not least, of course, you're presenting in the form of a mind map, and we're expecting that you also be pitching live to the judges. So we want to ask, did the team present well? Was the mind map effective in substantiating your points? Were you clear and succinct in getting your points across? Were you enthusiastic and passionate about the idea? So in terms of the pitching, right, all of you will have 3 minutes to pitch as a team and 5 minutes for the questions and answers segment from the judges, right? So as for the pitch, we definitely hope that you can sort of like distribute parts of the pitch, to each like team member. Like it's ideal if everyone gets a little bit of a chance to speak. Yeah, but as for the actual allocation, we'll definitely leave it up to you. Yep. So yeah, feel free to let me know if there are any questions for like this segment or what's to follow. Yeah. One more thing is that every category, every criteria will be judged on a 1 to 5 linear scale, and all of our 11 judges will be judging across all 3 categories, right? So all of them have like the same weightage when it comes to the judging of the scores. Yeah, so each team will be judged out of a score of 20. Yeah. Okay. And then moving on, I also wanted to highlight some of the the attractive prizes that you can win. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So we've lined up, like we tried to line up for like each category very relevant prizes that we think like you stand to win. And in this case, unfortunately, it's winners takes it all. So we hope that you work very, very hard, and then like just like really outshine everybody else. Yeah. So in terms of some of the concrete prizes that you can win, we have like, for example, like a $1,500 worth of like cash from like Big Idea Ventures and a cash prize. So it'll be spread across 3 categories. So each category will get like $500 each. Big Idea Ventures also offering like a 1-month internship to students who win in like the food category. Yeah, because our focus is on like alternative proteins. And then we also have things like, say, like hampers from United Nature. So this in line with like our idea of like functional nutrition. They provide a lot of like online like sort of like goods. They're like an e-commerce store that provides like goods. There's like focused on functional nutrition. Yeah. And then we also have like across the categories, everybody is eligible to win like a Lotus limo ride. So it's like a 1-hour limo ride, round trip around like to like a plant-based dinner that is for like 9 guests at Chimes. So we hope you're excited for that. Like if you have, like a full plant-based dinner. Yeah. And then we also have, items such as like hampers from Shook Meats with their exclusive merchandise. So if you recall, that was like from Sandia, who presented yesterday on cellular agriculture. And then of course, we have a great, prize from the Ocean Purpose Project. And in fact, like Matilda is here, so she can probably elaborate on that like further later. But really, they're offering like a 3 to 6 month paid internship to work with them in the Seaweed and Mussels project. And the great thing is you'll probably hear a bit more about the project like later on from Matilda herself as well. And they're also offering 5 swag bags with like lots of like attractive merchandise. And then we also have, for example, working with the Vantage Sports Group that is sponsoring 6 like tennis rackets as well as accessories for students like in the function category. So you can look forward to that as well. And then last but not least, like for example, in the fragrance and flavor category, we have exciting prizes like a tour of the Beulah Givaudan Innovation Center, which usually is only on like a sort of like an invite only basis where you have to apply. But they're hosting like an exclusive private tour for the students who win in this category. And if you recall from the roundtable hosted by Johanna yesterday, Johanna from My Zone 21G is offering like an exclusive perfumery lab experience where that's actually worth like $2,500, where you get to create the perfume with her and do like a private tour as well as a deep dive of the process of the creation of the perfume. Yeah, so I hope that's exciting. And she's also offering internships, in various areas like retail, marketing, as well as supply chain. So we just wanted to highlight some of these like attractive prizes, and hopefully that gives you like a extra incentive, to work. Yeah. So I think that's all for like the program part. Yeah, I'll pass it back to you, Bilal. Thank you.
Thank you, Elaine. All right, everyone, let's get started with our first workshop. So it's my pleasure to introduce again one of our partners, Matilda Da Silva from the Ocean Purpose Project. She's the Chief Purpose Officer. And just for your reference as well, her organization was actually among the 37 projects awarded in Singapore awarded by the Singapore Eco Fund by the Ministry of Sustainability and Environment. So this is a really prestigious project, and we can't wait to hear more about her innovations and technologies that have spun out of this. So thank you, Matilda, for being with us, and over to you.
Thank you so much, Dalal and Elaine. Hi, everybody. How y'all doing? Okay, I guess I can't hear y'all. I'm very used to speaking to people in person. So can you drop me a couple of emojis so I know where everybody's emotions are at right now? Let's take a look. Okay, some of y'all are with the thumbs up. Some of y'all are ready to party. Very nice. Some of you are shocked. Great. Okay, I love that. This just helps me to understand where everybody's headspace is at. Thank you so much for inviting me, Big Idea Ventures. This is really what I'm very passionate about. Young, smart, driven young women like you guys who are going to be taking the world by its horns. Ocean Purpose Project, at least about 90% of the people that work in Ocean Purpose Project are ladies just like you who don't traditionally come from environmental science. And who are, breaking the mold in terms of, what people expect out of ocean conservation. So I'm just going to dive straight into it. Can everybody see my screen? All right.
Yes.
Fantastic. Okay. So my name is Matilda De Silva, and I am the Chief Purpose Officer. Yeah, I gave myself that title. Also known as the CEO of Ocean Purpose Project. I'm going to share with you a little bit more about what we do, why we do what we do, and how we got started. But before I do that, I'd like to know, what does purpose mean to you? So I'm just going to take a quick look at the chat, and I'd like to just get you guys and ladies and maybe one or two guys to start dropping in the chat. What does purpose mean to you? Give me a one word. Purpose could mean singing, invention, innovation. Let's just take a look at the chat. What purpose means to you? Change, very good. What else? Dedication, nice one, Angela and Maya. Meaning, okay. Motivation, inspiration, passion, freedom. I like the freedom, yes. Direction, influence, change, fantastic. I'm really loving all of these words here. Drive, creativity, making a difference. What else? There's a lot of girls in this chat, so I'm going to want to see a lot more participation, everybody. What else? What does purpose mean to you guys? Making a difference to others. Fantastic. Acting for the better. Wonderful. Direction. Nanyang Girls High School. I love it. Fantastic. I love that these are the words that you chose. And I think that this is very interesting, right? Nasia says, pursuing your dream. I find it very interesting that these are the words that you choose, because these are the words that, help me to find purpose in my day-to-day, right? Inspiring others while fulfilling your passion. Isabel, thank you so much. I'm loving it. I'm loving all of these words that you have chosen. Aim. Oh, I like that. Taking aim, right, on the target. So for many of us, especially this younger generation, whether it's because of COVID or whether it's because of you being more connected, you're better suited or better able to figure out what your purpose is. You can kind of scroll through IG stories and and get an idea of what you like and what you don't like. You're much more well-read. You're able to absorb more information than maybe than all the generations before you. And so it might be in some ways easier to find your purpose, but in some ways also a bit more difficult because there's so many things out there that you want to do. I always thought that my life was going to be around this, right? So some background, I was on Singapore Idol. I became a TV producer for about over a decade. I used to represent Singapore whenever, we had to sing overseas. I've sung for National Day for many, many years. I was in front of and behind the camera for a long time. I was also representing Singapore in a lot of paddling races and stuff. So this is me I love the me on the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, which is me with my metal band, right? I play in a rock band as well. So what I love about this purpose that I thought I had was that I was going to be in the creative industry. I always wanted to be a TV director and a film producer. I went out and I did it. That was a dream that I had when I was a child. And I thought, all right, okay, box ticked. This is what I want to do. I want to paddle. I want to travel all over the world. I want to sing. I want to, create documentaries. This is my purpose. But it seemed that all of this was actually leading me towards what the real purpose was. And I would only find that out when I was representing Singapore in a race in 2015. The race was in Boracay, Philippines, absolutely stunning location. There are about 120 of us in the team from Team Singapore. So we were like, yeah, we're going to win something like, 120 people compared to the other teams, which were like maybe 20 people. So you can see us warming up on the beach. We had such a great time. We were on the beach, we were swimming, we were paddling, we were partying. It was great. We won some medals. But when I came back to Singapore, I was hospitalized for 2 to 3 days, and I didn't understand why. My immune system shut down. I couldn't eat anything. I was eventually going to develop in the next few months vitiligo. So behind all of this makeup, my face is actually half white and half brown. My hair is actually all white, so I dyed it black, just to kind of not freak out some of my potential clients. I developed a problem walking. Sometimes I would fall. I didn't understand why. It was difficult for me to even ride a bicycle. I kept crashing my bicycles. Sometimes when I hold a pedal, I get shakes and it flies out of my hand. For 6 months, I lost my voice. And this was like, oh my God, what is happening to me? I was just kind of blindsided by this. And I didn't understand why this was happening. So take a look at this photo and just really absorb what you see in the photo. I'll come back to it in a moment. But a friend of mine in 2018 sent me this article. And, she was like, I told her, did you see this? Did you, have you heard about this? And I was like, no, what's going on? And she said, do you know that they're closing the island of Boracay for 6 months? Because it seems that they've been pumping raw sewage from all of the hotels and the restaurants and everything right into the very same touristic beaches that you race in every year representing Singapore. And I was like, no way. How, that doesn't make any sense. I mean, Boracay is one of like the biggest money spinners for Philippines in terms of tourism dollars. There's no way that they would like pump raw untreated sewage. So that's when I went back and I started on Facebook and started looking for photos. And I saw this photo that was taken. It's a drone photo by Richard. That's Richard over there operating the drone. And then I saw all this green stuff. And I was like, what's that green stuff? Right? I assumed that it was seaweed or algae, that we dredge up while we are paddling. But apparently that's, literally algae that's growing because of the high amount of nutrient that's in the water. And that's not good nutrient. That's literally all the sewage and all the pollutant that's in the water that we were swimming in. And I was exposed to this for just 3 days, right? And my immune system crashed. And, aside from this fact of me going, this is not fair. Why is this happening to me? I started then asking myself, what about the people that live on this island? What about the millions of people in Asia? People who, or children or youth who are your age as well, who to them, this is normal, swimming in raw sewage, in plastic pollution. This is not what I grew up with. This is not a reality that anybody from my generation or before us grew up with. How can this be normal now? And, if I was just exposed to this for 3 days, imagine what children like this are exposed to on a daily basis. And some of them are kids of my friends, and they started messaging me and saying, hey, Matt, my kid has that white stuff that you have on your face. Is that vitiligo? Do they have autoimmune disease? And, you know, and it just hit me. Whatever happened to me, although I was frustrated about it, there has to be a purpose behind it. There has to be some sort of meaning. Whatever has happened in my entire life, the life that I've lived being in front of the TV, in front of the TV cameras, behind the TV cameras, it's pointing me towards a greater purpose. And what is that? And so this is really where, like, you know, the Ocean Purpose Project started to come about. You know, even though we've incorporated the company just last year, but the Ocean Purpose Project is really about me in my own way saying, how do I create many different ocean purpose projects to solve the problems of pollution that have affected me, this one person as an individual, and by finding solutions to water bodies where I swim in, I paddle in, maybe I can also help to solve the problems that millions of other people around the world are facing. And really what the Ocean Purpose Project is this: we create small dynamic projects that have mass scale impact. And we define mass scale impact as a minimum of 1,000 points of impact. The second tenet of Ocean Purpose Project is we have to work in partnership. That means we don't just do this as I'm the NGO, we're just going to do our own thing and post it up on Instagram story and like it's all about the Matilda story. No, we've got to work in partnership with schools, with young people like yourself, with institutions, with banks, with corporates, even with the big bad polluters. You know, with venture capitalists, with accelerators, with innovative thinkers to come together and hack interesting projects. So this then leads me to the 3 pillars of Ocean Purpose Project, which I'll share with you in a moment. What it does is it distills all of the problems around the ocean pollution problem. We look at plastics, but we also look at things such as water pollution, and we're trying to solve them in 3 distinct ways. The first is through plastic to fuel, which answers the question of how do we clean up all of that floating plastic debris out at sea, the stuff that nobody wants to touch, no country wants to take ownership of. How do we clean that up? But how do we make it so much of a profit incentive that people want to clean it up? People literally are like, you know, feel as if they're losing money, right, by just keeping it floating out there. That's one pillar. With the bioplastics pillar, which is really our seaweed and mussels project, we're asking the question, how do we clean up our seas from all of those nutrients, that stuff that you saw in that picture earlier, from pesticides, fertilizers, chemicals? How do we clean our seas up? Because it's expensive to invent a machine that's just going to chug through all of that. How can we find biological solutions that can tick many other boxes, not just cleaning our seas, creating maybe new materials such as bioplastics, maybe creating new ways of protecting our coastline, maybe even creating new industries where these humble things such as seaweeds or mussels could even be have pharmaceutical use to help us. So that's the second pillar. The third pillar is how do we get people to get up off their seat and take action? This has to be more powerful than a documentary on Netflix or like, you know, or a cool TikTok dance. It's got to be behavior change. It's got to be something that you do every day, something that jolts you out of the system that you are in. In my case, it was, you know, a brick in my face, literally saying that your health has changed because of water pollution, and so your behavior has to change. So this is the third pillar. How do we do that online and offline to drive that change across all areas? So now I'm going to dive a little bit deeper into what those areas are. I really want to invite everyone that's in this call and who can hear my voice today to think about if this is something that you want to intern with, if this is something that you want to step in and be involved with. It doesn't matter even if you're 12 or 10 or 70. You know, I'm very enthusiastic about taking all of you who are very passionate about solution engineering on board. So I'm going to start off with a couple of quotes as well, just to get you thinking. I want you to look at this and really internalize this. This is something that I read. I think it's a quote by Nelson Mandela. When the Big Idea Ventures organizers asked me what's my quote, I said, this has got to be it. The first thing I'm going to talk about is plastic to fuel, which is really about chemical engineering, about offshore, about oil and gas. And everybody that looked at me was like, can somebody please explain to me, why is the Singapore Idol talking about plastic to fuel? You're not an engineer, you're not an environmental scientist, you're not even a chemist, you're not even from an oil and gas background. It's impossible. Literally, I had like, some of the top researchers in Singapore and around the world telling me there is no such thing as plastic to fuel. Number one, it is impossible to do what you are saying, to shrink an entire factory into a 40-foot container. It's impossible to create new materials from all of that plastic that is not just oil. It's impossible to completely capture all of the harmful gases that are produced from plastic to fuel and turn that into high profit product. So my response to that is, it's always impossible until it's done. And I'll share with you exactly how that is. This starts from a very basic question, which is, if plastic comes from oil, why can't we turn it back into oil again? It's that simple and it's that difficult as well. Now, basically all this starts with a story. In 2019, while I was still working at DBS, running viral social media campaigns in sustainability for them, I would go for these beach cleanups, with Trash Heroes, with 7 Clean Seas, with, Green Nudge, with a lot of other NGOs. And every time I did a beach cleanup, I always got irritated. So something you should know about me, I'm a highly irritable person. And I get very easily frustrated by things, because I was doing these beach cleanups and I was thinking, where does it go? How is this solving the problem at large? And on one of these beach cleanups, I met a Pilates teacher called Lisa Jones, and she was also just as highly irritable as me. And both of us were like, we got to find a solution. So we jumped on Google and we were just looking for ways that we can solve the plastic crisis at scale. And she started telling me about this thing called plastic to fuel. And I was like, I never heard of that before. And she was like, well, I mean, since plastic comes from oil, why can't we turn it back into oil again? And I was like, that's kind of straightforward and simple. Let's jump on a project and let's hack something. And so while I still had my full-time job, me and a Pilates teacher found an English teacher on the island of Madang. Now, this is the only guy that speaks English on this island of 3,000 fishermen. And this guy had been putting the message out to anybody, any foreigners, to come and help his island, which had a problem of, 2 to 3 meters of plastic pollution washing right through that island every time there was a storm, like the storm that we're having right now, right? Imagine 2 to 3 meters washing right through your island. Now, the long story short of it is, a Singapore Idol and a Pilates teacher managed to get stuck into a project and send a plastic to fuel machine to this island in Indonesia, who today will not receive a vaccine. They will not receive food supplies, nor will they even receive medical supplies or PPE. But they have a machine that can convert plastic waste into low sulfur fuel for them to use in their generators so that they have electricity and they have internet. Now, it's not a big machine, it's not a fantastic big solution, but with $10,000 fundraised from the Dragon Boat and the Pilates community, this is how much change we were able to make with 3,000 people. Now, it looks like a fantastic project, and it created jobs and all of that. But as you can see with the fuel and how we collect it, it's really low tech. It kind of looks like a baking goods machine, to be honest with you. There are a lot of issues around safety, around emissions of gases that we couldn't solve with that $10,000. Never mind, let's go to 2020, right? In 2020, I decided, okay, I had already quit my job in a bank, and I was like, yeah, we're gonna do this. We're gonna, work on this plastic to fuel machine. We're gonna 2020 is going to be my year. It's going to be great. We're going to incorporate the company and we're going to work on the PTF unit. Of course, COVID happened, which was a massive shock to the system. And I lost a lot of hair. But, you know, I think this was also a time for me to just say, let's sit at home and continue working on this. But let's use this medium of Zoom calls and let's really get stuck into this project. And, you know, this was where we were mentored by Shell, which is a petrochem, right? And this was where I really wanted access to the very same engineers that go out and extract oil offshore or in the oil fields. I wanted access to the Bukom engineers, right, on Bukom Island. I wanted them to tell me, how do we do this as a small little social enterprise? How do we do this project in a way that a petrochemical company would, with all the safety checks, with the risk assessments, with the best-in-class equipment? And that's really what we spent 2020 doing. And fast forward to today, that's our little PTF machine. How we do this is through partnerships, you know, across countries. You know, we work with Germany, India, and Singapore. We work with NTU, you know, the Nuri Institute. We work with Shell. We work with so many engineering partners in Singapore as well to get this dream realized, which is a 40-foot container that fits plastic to fuel machinery that is able to convert 730 tons of unsorted ocean plastic. Every single bit of byproduct is captured and turned into high profit products. That's about 6 blue whales in weight of ocean plastic. That small unit can chug through all of that. So just to share with you as well why this is important is because this unit, unlike a factory that most of my competitors have, can go anywhere. If there's a storm and there's a massive amount of plastic that's washed up on an island, we can travel there over land and sea. It can go to a landfill. Imagine, you know, you've seen those pictures, right, of these countries with these massive landfills right next to their villages. You could park a unit right there and it's just going to eat through all that plastic and turn it into not just fuel, low sulfur fuel with lower emissions, but also other petroleum products, which these communities can then sell back to the petroleum companies, earn a fantastic revenue, and start to reorganize their communities and sort out their waste. Now, when I talk about petroleum products, I'm talking about things like carbon black. Anything black that you are looking at, you know, your mouse or anything that's got carbon black in there, roads, you know, buildings, things like carbon nanotubes, which I'm very passionate about. I'm going to tell you more about what those are. Things like blue hydrogen. I'll tell you more about what that is as well. So in terms of plastic to fuel, numbers wise, this is just going to create jobs everywhere. You know, some of you might have parents who work in oil and gas who might have lost their jobs. The truth behind it is they can pivot into plastic to fuel. You know, this can be a new way of how the petrochemical industry, I think 2 days ago, a court in the Netherlands actually ordered Shell to cut their emissions by 45%, to which I was like, hey guys, I got some ideas for y'all. Y'all don't need to go and drill oil, right? You just need to take a boat out, scoop up all of that plastic trash. And if you want to continue creating fuel, this is the way to do it. But you need to solve the plastic crisis first. So to share with you what carbon nanotubes are, imagine from ocean plastic, you could create from those harmful gases that, you know, traditionally come out from plastic to fuel, we can mine those gases and turn that into carbon nanotubes. Now, carbon nanotubes are found in solar panels, your smartphone, many different applications. And in fact, it can make a smartphone go 5 times faster. That's the game changer. Now, aside from this, our machine can also produce pure hydrogen, which can be put into hydrogen fuel cells. And that's the fuel cell of the future, literally, right? Can you imagine if ocean plastic can now create pure hydrogen, and the byproduct of this hydrogen is electricity and water? That's mind-blowing, isn't it? So this is again when I tell you it's impossible until it's done. If anybody's going to come up to you and tell you you're just a 16-year-old girl, what could you do to alleviate the crisis? Just tell them that the Singapore Idol person who wasn't that popular anyway was able to kind of come up with this idea, right? And this machine, and she's powering through and trying to get this done. This should tell you, right? You guys are so much smarter. You're so much more capable. There's so much more that you could do with the ideas that you have. All right, let's jump to the next thing, right? I'm a firm believer of disruption. Can I just see with a show of hands, who among you are disruptors, rebels, people who've been told that, your thinking is too different, you don't fit in a mold, you're not the typical girl. Let's see some show of hands. If you got your cameras on, I'd like to see those hands. If you've got your emojis coming through, thumbs up if that's you. If this is you, then here's what I have to tell you. This is the future. The future requires people like you, requires disruptors like you. So, this is something that I also wanted to ask you. How do you disrupt yourself, the way you live today, and how you want to disrupt your world? Now, I ask this question because, when it comes to the plastic issue, I think yesterday I was talking about this. I believe sustainability itself has to be disrupted. Things like bioplastics. Currently, you can have a bioplastic that contains a certain percentage of plastic and call it bioplastic. For me, I feel that's not good enough and that needs to be disrupted. And I want to disrupt the concept of the plastic takeaway container. How do we create a bioplastic that is truly biodegradable, but cleans oceans and can fight climate change at the same time? So that's what I'm talking about with disruption. And this is really where I want to introduce the Seaweed and Mussels Bioplastics Project. But before I get there, I want to alert you to something that's happening in our Singapore waters right now. It's raining right now all over our island. When it rains, a lot of the fertilizers and pesticides and chemicals that are used in our gardens or golf courses, for example, like what happened in Sentosa, get washed into our waterways. Now in Sentosa, this was a big issue because you suddenly had people with multi-million-dollar properties who had pink water and dead fish, literally, popping up right at their doorstep. This is algae bloom. And what that means is that when there's a massive amount of fresh water with so much high nutrient, it causes algae to bloom during these conditions. And that algae chokes up the gills of fish and wildlife, causing a massive fish kill. Now, this is a problem that affects Pasir Ris as well, which is where I live and where I'm located in. What you're watching right now is, one of our Kelong uncles that we do a lot of work with. His name is Uncle Go, or I call him Aheng. So he rears fish in the waters of Pasir Ris. And, it's a very sad story because every single year, these guys lose a lot of money. They lose up to $500,000 to $1 million. And Aheng, as if you get the chance to meet him, he'll tell you, he's lost money 2 or 3 times in the millions, right? And it takes a year for him to raise fish. And it's a very, very sad story. And this is where, when I spend time paddling in Pasir Ris, when I talk to these Kelong fishermen, I get an idea of just how difficult it is for them to grow the fish that goes into our supermarkets like Sheng Siong and Giant that we take for granted. And when a situation like algae bloom hits them, right now when it rains, I think of him as well because, he gets frightened, right? When there's a big rain. And, he starts to wonder, am I going to be hit by algae bloom again? And this is where, as Ocean Purpose Project, I thought to myself, we need to figure out a solution towards this, right? So here's the answer. We are creating curtains of seaweed and mussel lines that will eventually form a curtain around Aheng or Uncle Go's Kelong. And these seaweed and mussels are native species. They grow naturally in this area, with or without the algae bloom, what they are going to do is they're going to absorb all of that, well, the length of the freshwater column. They're going to absorb all of those toxins or all of those, excessive pesticides, all of those excessive fertilizers, and prevent that from reaching the fish that's in the middle of his kelong. Now, this experiment is meant to see if we can protect his kelong and the 90 kelongs in this waterway with such a simple solution. Now, you can't eat those mussels and seaweed, right? So what do we do with that? Well, we could turn that into a new form of bioplastic. In my right hand on the picture is seaweed plastic. It looks, feels, and also works very similar to the plastic that's in my left hand, which we cleaned up in a beach cleanup. Now, the technology is here for us to create seaweed plastic. We want to test and see if we can turn mussels into plastic. We want to see how can these kelong farmers in Pasir Ris, some of them are poor, some of them are also, lacking in education. Can these guys be the guys that transform sustainability and are able to change the way that we live, right? The way that we in Pasir Ris even have our tapao, right? Imagine if our tapao containers could be made out of seaweed and plastics. So, that's really kind of the message that I wanted to share with you. I mean, some of the other stuff that we do are also coral reefs. But really, this last quote is for all of you, and I really want to challenge everyone to start thinking about how do you involve everybody all day, day. Really what that means is, how do you get involved with your community? How do you use your disruptive ideas or all the things that you want to do, the creative things, right? It could be scientific stuff. It could be stuff in marine biology, in conservation, in data analytics. How do you take that and how do you mobilize the community to get behind you and to change their lives? I think the challenge is on us as women. The challenge is on you as young people. Unfortunately, you live in a world that is highly polluted. But, fortunately for you, you now have the tools to be able to rewrite the script, to change the systems that people from my generation and before me put in place for you. You're able to turn around and say, yeah, we're just not going to do things that way anymore. You're able to mobilize people like you've never been able to do so before. And that's really the challenge that I want to throw to you. The ideas that you're hacking today can really have fantastic implications, after today in your future. So I really want to thank you so much for actively listening and being a part of this. And I'm so glad that I had a chance to share all of that information with you guys. So later on during the judging, I will be wearing some of that swag that we're giving away, so that you can take a look at what our hoodie looks like. And of course, if any of you would like to come and work with us as Ocean Purpose Project, I'll leave my contact details in the chat. Thank you, ladies. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Matilda. That was amazing. Thank you for sharing all these amazing projects as well as your inspirational story. I think this really, hit home to understand how we can, look at the bright side of everything. And like you mentioned, with any situation, what can we learn from it and what is the purpose? So thank you so much for sharing that enlightening story. All right, everyone. So our next workshop, we actually have with us today Dr. Bosede Edwards from the Youth Founders School. So Dr. Bosede is a EdTech teacher, a researcher. She's also an educational consultant, an entrepreneur. She's an adjunct lecturer with Raffles University, Malaysia, and an instructor with the Youth Founders School. She has a master's and PhD in educational technology, and today she's going to host the ideation workshop. Thank you so much for being with us today, Dr. Bosede. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for having me. Good morning, everyone, or maybe good afternoon if we have people who are from some other part of the world. It's a pleasure to actually be here this morning. Thank you, BIB, for having me. And I think I've been around for a few minutes, so I was able to listen in on Matilda's presentation. I think that's a very key thing for this workshop because that's how we ideate by looking identifying problems and turning them to opportunities, which is what I've seen there. And incidentally, I'm a chemist by training, so I was able to relate to that. It's always exciting for me when I come across anything organic chemistry, which is what I've seen here this morning. Thank you very much. So we're going to be talking about ideation, and if you permit me, I would like to share my screen. So
yeah, please go ahead.
okay. Just a minute. Okay. So, okay. Here. Okay. So, are you able to see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay. Thank you. So my name is Bosede Edwards. As I've been
Dr. Bosede, sorry, we can't hear you. I think you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. Okay. So we'll go on. I'm hoping that in the course of this, or at the end of this presentation, we'll be able to take a few pitches, actually, a few elevator pitches. We'll talk about that as we go on in the presentation. I've been introduced as representing YFS, that's the Young Founders School, which is a free startup bootcamp for high school students globally. The aim of YFS is to encourage young people to imbibe the idea of entrepreneurship and think of becoming employers in the future rather than just developing themselves to become employees. So today we're going to be looking at the concept of entrepreneurship and the entrepreneurial mindset. We will consider the idea of ideation, and the three-stage problem-solving process. We will look at what MVPs are and why they are important for you as aspiring entrepreneurs. Then we will discuss about elevator pitches. We'll talk about business models and marketing strategies. And then we'll go on to see a few presentations of elevator pitches. I hope we'll have a few people who can do that. So let's start off with what entrepreneurship is. I want to believe that since yesterday, you've been looking at this issue, so you must have had a lot of people speak to you about entrepreneurship. So let's start by having someone tell us in your own words what entrepreneurship is. Please unmute yourself, or you can raise your hand if you would like to. Yes, I'm not seeing any hands yet.
Don't be shy. Come on, you had a lot of entrepreneurs yesterday. So what were your takeaways? What do you think entrepreneurship is now?
Yes, if you don't want to speak, you can also type in the chat box, but I would like it if you can actually unmute yourself and speak. Yes. Young ladies. You're going to have to speak eventually. So, okay, someone is typing there. Using a business idea to solve a social or environmental concern, idea can make a difference. People who dare to take risks to consider well, innovating to suit the needs of the business world, organized initiative to change things. Yes, taking an idea and making it into a product, selling it to the world and making a difference. Thank you. Yeah, all these are ways you can build entrepreneurship, courage to pursue your goals, people who dare to take risks and make a change. So I'm seeing a theme running through that, making a change. Okay, resilience. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, those are all factors that are very important as far as entrepreneurship is concerned. So that is just a few of the ways people have defined entrepreneurship. That's the activity of setting up businesses, taking on financial risk in the hope of a profit. The profit may be financial, it may also not be financial. Creation or extraction of value, which is what I've seen running through some of the definitions that were presented. I define it as the act of identifying opportunities presented by problems and taking the risk of creating solutions in the form of businesses whose success or failure is totally dependent on the risk taker. That's the entrepreneur. So I try to capture all that goes into starting the business, operating the business, and being successful at it into this definition. Okay, so let's look at startup. I know that's another thing, another term that you would have been hearing over and over and over since yesterday. So that's a temporary organization searching for a repeatable and scalable business. That's how it's defined. Now, what's the difference between the two? That would be important for you to know. Are you planning to stay here or grow up to the other side? Entrepreneurship refers to all, it captures all new businesses or all kinds of businesses. The person that is cooking in her kitchen and selling to friends and neighbors is also an entrepreneur. So every kind of money-making venture will fall in the group of entrepreneurship. But startups are new businesses that tend to grow larger than the solo founder. So you have intention of growing big, going maybe regional or worldwide. That would be a startup or entrepreneurship. So startup is a form of entrepreneurship, but not all entrepreneurship endeavors are startups. So who is an entrepreneur? I think we have had that in some of the definitions given. Someone who is trying to do business, someone who's trying to make money in various ways. So Reid Hoffman defined the entrepreneur as this, which is quite funny. It's someone who jumps off a cliff and builds a plane on the way down, which is like impossible. So an entrepreneur is someone who attempts the impossible, who sees what other people see as problem as opportunities. That's an entrepreneur. So I think Reid is just trying to let you understand what the entrepreneurial mindset looks like. And that will lead us to the entrepreneurial mindset later on. But why is entrepreneurship important? I'm sure that all of that has also been discussed since yesterday. Innovation and social change is a key thing that entrepreneurship can deliver. New markets, new products, wealth creation, job creation, international networks, economic growth at national level or at community level. All of that are opportunities that comes when we go into entrepreneurship. Okay, so what's an entrepreneurial mindset? It's defined as skills that enable people to identify and make the most of opportunities. Like we have said, you overcome and learn from setbacks and succeed in a variety of settings. So if we think of it as skills, can you suggest what skills you think will make up the entrepreneurial mindset? If this is what it should help to achieve, can you provide ideas? You feel free to type in the chat box. What skills do you think will be necessary for an entrepreneurial mindset? Yes. Okay, I think I'm already seeing some responses. Let's see. I don't know why I can't see. Okay, optimism, thank you. Resilience and ability to overcome the unexpected, flexibility, endurance, proactiveness, initiative, adaptability. Thank you. Courage, that's a great one. Yes. What else? Being able to adapt, yeah. Growth, leadership. Thank you very much. Yeah, all of those are very important to the entrepreneurial mindset. Just one thing that I would like you to take note of. Entrepreneurial mindset is a state of being. It's a way of thinking. So it's not necessarily about entrepreneurship. It can apply in any setting. Even if you are in a paid job, employees with an entrepreneurial mindset are the best thing that can happen to an organization. So it's not, because of the word entrepreneurial, And then we are talking about entrepreneurship. It is not only about entrepreneurship that you could have. That the entrepreneurial mindset is important. It's in every setting. So you see it in the definition there too. Okay, so these are the things that you've mentioned. I think many of them were captured in the suggestions that you put to. Initiative and self-reliance, opportunity recognition. I think that's a very key thing in entrepreneurship. Critical thinking, creativity and innovation, risk-taking, someone mentioned that. Communication and collaboration, that's a very important part of it. And future orientation. Okay, these are a few, just some text. You may want to just maybe take a screenshot if you would like to keep this, because I don't want to spend much time on these definitions. But these are key key mindset that are very important for having an entrepreneurial mindset, which is also very key to becoming or succeeding as an entrepreneur. So these definitions are from Network for Teaching and Entrepreneurship at the NFTE. So how do we become entrepreneurs? I think that's the key thing here. So I would like you to listen to this young lady, a 13-year-old CEO. Her name is Hilary Yip. So I'll play this and then we'll just listen to her for a few minutes and then we'll come back to discuss about what she's going to tell us.
Hi, I'm Hilary Yip, the founder and CEO of my own app called Minor Minors. And this is why you should listen to me. I'm Hilary Yip, I'm 13 years old and I'm working on a startup called Minor Minors, which hopes to connect the world through kids.
Tell us more about your company then. What is it called and how many downloads, how many people follow it?
So we're an online kids community where we can have kids from all over the world on our platform to talk to each other in different topics that interest them. And if they want to learn a new language, they have access to native speakers worldwide, so they can chat in a fully immersive environment. So right now we've got more than 40,000 downloads from more than 50 countries.
Wow. I mean, you are an inspirational public speaker, an extraordinary talented young woman. I just want to know, do you not ever get nervous on the stage when you have to present your pitches?
Well, let's put it this way. If you get me debating or talking about minor minors or presenting, you'll never see a hint of any nerves. But you get me to sing and I'll have knock-kneed and I'll probably puke as I go on.
I want to show you this clip, okay? This was from a few years ago.
Parents, I know how you feel. You want your children to become global citizens and be able to speak different languages. You spend a small fortune on extra lessons. In return, our kids dread it. They moan and groan. And after a holiday, they forget all of it. Sound familiar? That's where my idea comes in.
How do you feel now looking back at it?
Wow, very fond memories back then, because I remember that the whole build-up period was extremely exciting. I was working with my mom at home, and my teachers at school back then were very supportive, and it was just so exciting because it was my first time doing it properly. The idea that education is transformative and will change our world. I don't know if I've mentioned this, but I'm very into politics, and I think that being a politician is not the best way to change the world, but doing education is.
Tell me a moment where you knew exactly that this was exactly what you wanted to do.
I think it was a couple of days after my final pitch for that particular event when I was younger. I was going to a meeting with someone who said that, you know what, this could work. And during that meeting, he told me the life cycle of a startup, from seed round to IPO. Kind of very far ahead.
Yep.
But he walked me through the entire process and told me that failure is almost inevitable, but it's something worth doing. And that led me afterwards to think, is this something that I really want to do? And when I realized that learning something new, connecting kids, was something that can have a profound effect on society, I was just like, let's do it.
Your business jargon is just something that sets you miles apart. Who are your role models?
Michelle Obama.
Why Michelle Obama?
Because I think she's a very inspirational figure. I think that it's admirable that in the past when she was younger, that she left a high-paying job to go and work for the community and to make an impact in the place where she lives.
If Michelle Obama was watching this, you had a 15-second pitch, what would you say to her?
I would say to her that today's an exciting time where girls like myself and many others are working to make the world a better place. And I would love to meet her if I could.
And ultimately, that is something that she champions throughout the world. Okay, last but not least, top tips for young female tech entrepreneurs.
To any young female entrepreneurs is that you are your own person. There's no need to be swayed by extra influences because there'll always be people who belittle you, tell you that you can't. The most important thing is to move on from those criticisms. If they're of any use, take them into consideration. If not, just ignore it and move on and do what you want to do most.
Hilary, I've learned a lot from you. Thank you so much for coming in today. I hope you had fun.
Thank you, it's been great.
Thank you for listening to that. So my next question to you is, in just one word, describe what you have seen. Just type in, as usual, just one word, no sentences, just one word. Passion, love, passion, initiative, okay? What else? What do you think of Hillary? Bravery, pride, inspirational, confidence, okay. Okay, confident. What else? Creativity, any other thing? Okay, so all of those are packed together. I think I see her as a young woman, a young girl, a young lady, just someone like you who can inspire you. She was just 13, as you can see here, but she was able to come this far because someone encouraged her. Someone told her, you can do it. And I believe this is what you have been told, and you are being told here since yesterday, that you can do it. So if a 13-year-old can do it, you surely can. So I think that's a very key thing that we can learn from Hillary.
Hi.
Okay. So what's the one thing that without it, nothing is on ground for you as an entrepreneur? You know, okay, we've talked about the entrepreneurial mindset. Yes, you need to be creative. You need to be courageous. You need to be willing to work as a team. All of those things are very good, and they are very necessary for success. But then there is one thing that without it, there is absolutely nothing on ground. Anyone has any idea? Anyone? Okay. I'm saying a suggestion there. Couldn't pick that. Trying to, let me see if I can get the chat. I don't know why I'm not seeing the chat. So I can't get that, but
I can help you. Do you want me to read it out for you?
Okay, please do. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. So we have idea, idea, we have support, we have purpose, we have faith, we have hope, we have, and gravity.
Gravity. Okay. Thank you very much. So an idea, I think, is one of the most important thing that without it, even if you have every other thing, if you don't have an idea, you don't have a business. So that's the key thing. And that leads us to the reason why we're here today, ideation. So what's ideation? How do you ideate? What are the steps you need to take to be able to come up with a business idea and then make a success of it? So ideation is one of the steps. I think that's the middle step in the design thinking process. And it has to do with ideas, just from, you can see that from the name. So we'll look at ideation from the perspective of Simon Sinek's why. The question that Simon Sinek suggests you should ask yourself to help you to decide on what business you should be doing or what you should be going after. Why? So your why is your mission, it's your vision or your passion. This is your purpose, your cause of belief. What gets you out of bed every morning? What you think of all the time? What comes to your mind when you think business? What do you think of? What pictures do you see in your head? If you don't have to worry about money, like let's assume someone is going to pay all your bills and you'll be okay financially, what are the things you will be doing? What will you be spending time on? People always say, what are those things that you will gladly do without payment? Even if nobody is willing to pay you, you will still want to do it. So that can help you to define what your why should be. Okay. So what are the big problems, or what is the big problem that you want to solve? What are the big opportunities you are seeing? It's one of the I think characteristics we saw of an entrepreneur there when we were talking about the mindset is ability to spot opportunities. So what are you seeing that other people are not seeing? I think that's a key thing that can help you to know where you're going. So for you as an entrepreneur, you need to look at problems as potential solutions rather than just problems. That's very important. That's a mindset that will help you in making progress. So let's talk about problems or opportunities. Where or how can we find them? Just a minute. Where can we find them? Anyone? Where do we find opportunities, or how can we find them? Hello? Okay, thank you. Daily life in our own backyard. Everywhere. Where else? I like that backyard thing. Look for a problem. Yes. Okay, on the internet. Okay, yeah, that's a good idea. Anything that isn't perfect, okay, for people around us. What else? So yeah, so all of these are ways, yeah, by observing, always be ready for it to come. Okay, experiences, yes. Yeah, all of these are places where we can actually find opportunities. It's all around us, that's the truth. There are some more suggestions. Reflecting on our experiences by observing, yes, all of those. So, let's see. Okay, so you can look around at your immediate environment, like someone said, in our own backyard, or in your kitchen, in your home, in your wardrobe. Opportunities are all around you. Local level, national level, global level, there are so many opportunities all around. Opportunities around food, opportunities around shelter, around health, around aging, beauty, travel, transportation, packaging. No, there are opportunities all over the place. You can also look at opportunity in the sense of the current situation that we are in, or what is imminent, something far in the future, or you could look back into history to think of opportunities. So even entrepreneurship itself presents opportunities to us. BIV today is having all of us here, and that is a business opportunity as well, which is focused around entrepreneurship. Education is another area that presents opportunities for business, and it could be, when I say education, I don't mean school in the sense of formal schooling. Education around any kind of business could also present a lot of opportunities. Education in relation to food, education in relation to shelter, education in relation to any one of these things could actually be ways of looking at opportunities that we can access. So how do we generate innovative or new business ideas when it's always said that there is nothing that is absolutely new? So you can look at new ways of doing old things. Transportation has always been there since man has been. People were walking at some time. After some time, people started to use animals to transport themselves. From there, they moved on to wagons and things like that. And then today, we have different forms of transportation. So new ways of doing old things can present a lot of opportunities. Easier ways of solving old problems can also present opportunities. So I would like you to start thinking, whatever it is that you have in mind before, begin to look at this, at them in these ways as well. Combining old and new ways of doing things or solving problems could present new opportunities. More effective ways of utilizing resources, yes. Think of packaging. You could think of more effective ways of utilizing resources that way. I think we also just listened to Matilda's presentation as well. That's a way of looking at opportunities as well. Those wastes have always been there, but someone is beginning to think of how can we convert this waste to something useful. So those are ways we can generate new ideas. So here's the summary. Identify new solutions to an old problem, apply new solutions to a new problem, combine old and new solutions to an old or new problem, or find alternative ways of solving a problem. That's a nice way to look at. So let's do a small exercise. So I would like you to suggest problems in each of these categories. Problems. So let's start with food. So we'll go to function, then we'll go to flavor. Yes, food problems that we can look at that can provide opportunities, business opportunities. So let's go. I'm sure some of you are already looking into food businesses. So yes, I think I already have one. Okay, food security, yes. Any other one? In terms of food packaging, food waste, yes. Yes, food waste again. Any other one? Nutrition, yes. Any other one? Okay, what about function? Yeah, universal access to food, accessibility, thank you. Okay, so let's go on to function, because those are the things that we are looking at today at this workshop, okay? Unhealthiness, okay, waste. Okay, so let's move on. Function, single-use plastics, thank you. Packaging, yes. Any other thing? Okay, what about flavor? Technology causing environmental problem, okay. Okay, flavor, any problem around that? Flavor extraction, okay. Toxicity, extraction again, chemical waste. Thank you. So all of these are ways of looking at, okay, natural, okay, don't know what that is, okay. Okay. Flavors that come from a lot of artificial things, then they get dumped in oceans, okay, so pollution of the environment. Okay, so these are all ways of looking at, problems here. Let's just say I have that. Healthy diets, lifestyle diseases, production and distribution, education, food abuse. Anyone has heard about food abuse before? It came to my mind, then I checked it up and I found out that it's actually a major problem that some people are dealing with. So sometimes, like someone said, you could find opportunities on the internet, things that you were not even imagining before. People are suffering from food abuse and someone has to solve their problem. In terms of function, packaging, like you mentioned, creative packaging, environmental sustainability, production, consumption, and alternative packaging are all areas that you could look at for problems. And then in terms of flavor, we have all of that flavor and fragrance, additives, health, safety and environment, sustainable production, consumer education. You could actually have education in all of them, all of these three cases you could have. So all of these are ways of looking at problems, identifying problems, and deciding on which problem you want to solve. So back to the issue of passion. What are you passionate about? What is it that excites you out of all of this that we have looked at? Which one excites you? Which of them has become something you're so passionate about that you can talk about for hours? which one of them will you go into and do something for free for others, even if nobody is going to pay you. So I would like you to do this private activity. Think about 2 ideas or passions and put them down. We will get to them later. So we'll talk briefly about the 3-stage problem solving in developing your ideas, in making your journey, your entrepreneurial journey, from the beginning to where you're going. So where you are going, that's the big problem. That's what Simon Sinek calls your why, your mission, your passion, your vision. Where do you want to go to? Because where you want to go to, you're not going to arrive there when you start. You're going to take a journey that takes you there. So in the course of your journey, we have this stage 1, stage 2, and stage 3, which stage 1 is when you're just starting out. So you're just beginning, you have an idea, and then you are beginning to implement the idea. When you finally get to where you're going, that's where you have solved the big problem. That's the stage 3. In between them, not necessarily like 50% of the way, but somewhere in between, you arrive at something that is beyond where you started from, but it's not yet where you're going. So that's the idea of the 3-stage problem solving. So how does that work for you? Start to think of your business in terms of that. Where are you going to start from? And where are you going to get to finally when you will say, yes, my mission is accomplished. In between that, well, you set milestones that will help you to put you in the right frame of mind that you're actually making progress. So we look at a case study of Food Panda. What problem does Food Panda solve? Anyone? What do you think is the Food Panda's big problem? Yes? Okay, we have someone there. Okay. Inconvenience, food accessibility, supporting immobility. Okay. What else do we have? Don't want to cook food. What else? People not being able to get food, support various businesses. Okay. Okay, you're asking that as a question. Okay. Helps reduce contact between people, especially because of COVID. Thank you. Save restaurant costs with centralized kitchen. Nice. Wide range of food, lack of jobs. Yeah, they create jobs. Okay. But the main problem, the big problem that Food Panda is solving, that would define Food Panda's mission or vision. And this is it. They said their mission is to serve people a sumptuous meal without any hazard. They said, we intend on making food delivery an easy and convenient option for all our food lovers. Food lovers anywhere will have access to food, whatever food they want, whatever they crave at any time that they crave it. So that is Food Panda's big problem. That's stage 3 of Food Panda's solution. Now, what's the what of Food Panda? Because you have to start thinking of your own what as well. The services that Food Panda provides, food, and grocery delivery, that's the main thing they do. Transportation mode, bikes, and their coverage, anyone, anywhere, anytime who wants food. That's the idea of Food Panda's business. Okay, so let's look at this 3-stage problem solving of Food Panda here. So you see, Food Panda started March 2012 in Singapore with the idea of delivering food. At the end of the day, Food Panda is planning to be able to deliver food and groceries to anyone, anywhere, at any time. But today, where are they? Food Panda has reached 12 countries, 115,000 plus restaurants, 80,000 plus bikes, 300 plus cities, delivering food and groceries. That's where they are today. Maybe one day, Food Panda is going to get to a point where they can actually deliver food and grocery in my village, in your village. So when that happens, and they can do that 24/7, then Food Panda would have realized its mission. So that's the idea of a three-stage problem solving. So can you think of your business or your business idea in terms of this? Where are you going to start from? What will you be doing at the beginning? And at the end, where do you hope to be? In between, how do you make the journey? Okay, one other important thing to consider is how your business is going to make money, because that's what business is all about, right? You need to be making money. If you're not making money, then you're probably not doing what we think you're doing. So how will you be making money? And that's the question you need to answer. This is going to be important when you make your presentation, when you're delivering your elevator pitch. You need to be able to be clear on exactly what you're selling. Is it a product? Is it a service? Whatever it is, can you put it concisely to describe it so that someone listening to you can understand exactly what it is you're selling? Because what you're selling is what people are going to be paying for. How are you going to be selling? Direct sales, franchising, ad-based, physical stores? Which one, which of these routes are you going to take advantage of? And who will you be selling to? Is it individuals? Is it organizations, or both of them? These are important things to consider when you think of in terms of your business model. So think of your business and try to see how you answer these questions. So some ideas of business models here. There are traditional business models. Today, many of these are combined by many organizations, but these are the traditional ways of looking at their business to consumer, that's you sell to end user, direct sales. Examples of them are also there. Sephora, Dr. GL, all of those are people in the beauty business. Domino's is food business, carousel. So then you see the B2B, that's business selling to business. Wholesalers and manufacturers they will usually fall in this category. And then customer to business, food bloggers, affiliate marketers, photographers who are selling stock images, they will all fall in that category. You do food reviews, that's also will be in that category. Then consumer to some consumer, that's those who are in between. eBay, Craigslist, Carousel also falls in that. So you will see that I mentioned Carousel in both B2C and C2C because they actually use both. So it is not compulsory that it has to be just one. Many businesses today are actually using multiple approaches. So a business can operate a combination of models. For example, Amazon is both a B2C and a C2C. There are also other business models you can look at, advertising, that's selling of ad space. You can do that on your website. Affiliate marketing, that you get paid a commission for recommending products or services. Franchising, people are still doing that. Premium, that's you get paid for the premium version, but you give out the free version, which doesn't have all the features. That may work for your business. It may not work for every business. There is the razor blade or reverse razor blade approach that you bundle high and low margin products. And then subscription-based businesses, it's also a model, agency, e-commerce. So my next question, what do you think is the business model of Foodpanda? Is it B2C, C2C, C2B? Which one? What's the business model? Anyone? No one? Hello?
Yeah, they've written a lot. We have B2B, B2C,
Okay.
C to B to C, a mixture. Yeah, there's a lot.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Now I can see them. Sorry. I don't know. I'm unable to see. Okay. Actually, a mixture. I think that's it. Thank you very much for all the suggestions. Yes, it's actually a mixture depending on how you look at it. So I think it's more like business to business as well as business to consumer, and it's a mixture of many things. So I'm just asking that for you to be able to see that it's not compulsory that it has to be just one of those models. Today, especially with opportunities for selling online, you can combine so many models together. It depends on what works for your business. Okay, let's move on. So here's a note from GoDaddy. Remember that your business model is not set in stone. So just think of ways to experiment and test different ways to monetize your business. You may start with a model and then you could grow into other models, or you could add other models as you grow in your business. So don't let the idea of a model get you stopped anywhere. Okay, so how should you launch your product or service? Anyone? Which one will you prefer to take to the market? The one on the left or the one on the right? Please just help me read out the answers.
Yes, right. Everyone is saying right.
Okay.
But they said the left looks marginally healthier. That's what Isabel.
Okay. Thank you for the suggestions. Right. Yeah, so many people think it has to be of course, the one on the right looks beautiful and more presentable. The left looks healthier. So everyone thinks, yes, on the right is the best way to go. But I'll tell you, yes, that may look like it, but the issue we are having here is that's taking us into the idea of MVPs, minimum viable product. What's that? That's the minimum condition that your product or service should have for you to present it to the market. We'll talk about why you need to do that before. So this is just to give you an idea of the minimum viable product concept. So the one on the right is your final product. Yes, it looks beautiful. It looks like what should go into the market, but minimum viable product, because when you look at both of these, the left and the right, both of them are donuts, right? So if I give you any one of them, you will say, I gave you donuts. But the difference is that the one on the right is now looking really nice, decorated, we've added value to it. So normally that would look like the idea of going to the market. But when you are starting out as an entrepreneur, your best way of going to the market will be through the idea of your minimum viable product, which refers to the product with just enough features to satisfy early customers and to provide feedback for future development. So you don't want to launch into the market with your final beautiful product without testing the waters to see whether that is exactly what the market needs. That's where the idea of an MVP comes in. Why MVP? One, it's very quick to make because it's not going, everything that will go into your final product is not going to go into it. Like I said, you just need just enough features to be able to launch. It's cheaper because you don't have to do everything right away. And it's easier because, of course, you're going to be doing few things for now. It helps you to find out if there is actually a demand for your business in the market. I'll go back to our donuts. Now, let's assume that I'm making donuts for real, and then I've just made this strawberry covered donut with all of this sugar thing. And then I'm in the market and I've made, let's say, 2,000 pieces of this, and I get into the market and people look at them, oh my God, and people are like, oh, I really love donuts, but I can't stand strawberry. I prefer chocolate, I prefer vanilla, I prefer this, and then, so you have like, you're able to sell, let's say, 500 out of the 2,000 pieces that you produced. you have to go back home with 1,500, because you didn't check what people actually wanted before you made a final product. So that's the idea of the MVP. Test the waters of the market first. Be sure that you're providing what people want. So when you come up with your MVP, you put it out in the market and people look at them, even without soliciting for feedback. People tell you, oh, this would have been nicer if it's like this. Oh, this would have been better if it's like this. And based on what, you could actually also do formal survey, formal interviews, formal research for you to be able to know what exactly the market wants. Because the problem is usually seen from the point of view of the entrepreneur first, but that may not be what every other person is saying. So and since you're not going to be the one buying your own product, you want to sell to people, you need to know what exactly people want before you launch into the market. So that's why it's important that you look at what should be your MVP. So start to think of your business in that term as well. MVP, what should it look like? And I would like you to take note of this. Only very few businesses cannot start connecting to customers with the platforms and media that we already have. So don't go ahead and start building an app just because that's what you think the end product of your product or service should look like. You could start with a website. You could start connecting to customers through any one of these media or platforms. And then over time, when you now find out what the market actually needs, then you can go ahead. So when you are building an app, for example, at that time, you will be able to include features that you have found out from your interaction with the market people need. So you'll be doing things right when you start in this way. Okay, then one more important thing is your plan of action for promoting and selling your product or service. I'm sure you've heard a lot about this as well in some of the presentations, previous presentations. So how do you intend to reach out to the market? There is the popular 5 P's of marketing, which we can't go deeply into. So what's your product or your service? Who are the people you are going to be selling to? How are you going to reach them? That's what promotional strategies are you going to be using? How much are you going to be selling? Where will you be selling? Where will your customer find you? Previously, in the days of no internet and all that, it will be maybe a store, but today, you can be online. You may not even have any physical presence. It's possible. So you need to think in terms of your presentation. Also, when you look at all of this, you need to capture this in your presentation, in your pitch. Who are your buyers? How much? What are you selling? How will you reach them? Where will they find you? All of those are important things you need to consider. So, and then finally, we look at the idea of the elevator pitch. Because at the end of the day, you could have this fantastic idea and you want to realize it, but how do you get the funding that is necessary for you to be able to launch or to grow if you have launched? Or it may not even be funding, it could be some other needs, it could be marketing, it could be a lot of other needs that comes up in your entrepreneurial journey. So you need to prepare to speak about your business to those who can help you and solve the problem that you need. And that's where the idea of an elevator pitch comes in, which is defined as a summary of product or process or service that you're offering and its value proposition. It's a short sales speech. It's called an elevator pitch because it's the idea of you meet someone on an elevator ride and you want to quickly tell them about your business. So you have just a few seconds or maybe a minute to say everything that they need to know about your business in order to be able to make a decision of whether to support you or not. So you don't have time. So you want to make it short, but you want to make it valuable, you want to make it reasonable, you want to make it something solid that actually communicates all that you have in mind. So an effective elevator pitch it should appeal to real need. I would like you to note that it's not every awesome idea that can translate to a business idea or a good business. Not every awesome idea are people willing to pay for. Identify the problem you're solving. Cut out jargons. Don't make it too technical. Use a conversation-like approach. Hit attraction if it applies in your business. That is how you're going to make money, what you sell, how much you're going to make, when will you start to make profit, those kind of things. If you have already started the business, yes, mention that. If you have not started, show how or when you will be making profit. That's very important. So I'm going to show you, I think, 2 examples of elevator pitches. And after this, we are going to have a short breakout session where you try to prepare a pitch. Because of our time and the number of people that we have, we're going to do that in groups. And we're just going to have a representative from each group to make pitches. And then we will all review your pitches and then offer feedback that you can use to improve on your pitches. And then I guess you'll be ready to face the judges later in the day. So this will be our first example, so I'd like you to listen to her.
The goal behind an elevator pitch is to get you that second meeting with this venture capitalist. You have to be passionate, you have to present an opportunity, and most importantly, convince them to give you that second meeting. So let's give it a try. Every 9 minutes, an American dies from colorectal cancer. And what's even more unsettling for their families is that had they been diagnosed earlier, they would have benefited from an over 95% survival rate. The reason many of these cases go undiagnosed is that the vast majority of North Americans refuse to undergo a colonoscopy. My name's Andrea Ligari and I'm the Director of Operations at A2K Technologies, and we'd like to change this. Our product Colospec is a non-invasive, cost-effective method of screening for colorectal cancer, which is over 90% accurate in detecting the disease at even its earliest stages. We have assembled a skilled management team to take us through to success. We also have proven distribution networks for our product. Today we are looking for a $3 million investment to help us fund our clinical trials. These trials will lead to the generation of a company worth over $150 million in only the next 5 years. I'd really love the opportunity to come and meet with you and not only discuss our venture, but how you can join us in the fight against colorectal cancer. And that's it.
Okay, so that's one. You can see some of the points that she tried to make, what they're selling, how, why, and how much money they need, how much money they'll be making. She made it clear enough. Okay, this is another one. This is Josh, and I think it's about food, coffee. So let's listen to him.
My name is Josh Light, and I'm the CEO of CupAd, and we believe that we have the most effective form of advertising available in the market today. Our advertisements are exposed to customers for 2,220 seconds on average. Now, what kind of advertising has that kind of exposure time? Ladies and gentlemen, we advertise on coffee cups. That's right, we put your brand in their hand. So how does coffee cup advertising work? Well, we got an advertiser. They pay us money. We produce paper coffee cups with their advertisement or brand on it. Then we give these coffee cups to coffee stands for free. Now, why does someone want to advertise on a coffee cup? Because it takes an individual 37 minutes to drink a cup of coffee on average. That person's going to have to look at the cup, drink, look at the cup, drink 20 times before it's fully consumed. And that person's going to move around like a mobile billboard, exposing that brand to at least 6 different individuals before that cup is drank. What's in it for CupAd? We make 13 cents of profit on every single cup that we distribute. And what's in it for the coffee stands? Well, when most people think about coffee stands, they think about Starbucks. But what about the 25,000 coffee stands in this nation that have plain white cups like this? They don't have the economies to scale to put their own brand on the cup. So we give them free cups. They save $15,000 a year by not buying cups. They like these savings so much, ladies and gentlemen, that approximately 80% of the stands that we've contacted have signed exclusivity agreements to distribute our cups. What kind of momentum have we started for this company? The last month alone, we got 58 coffee stands in California to sign exclusivity agreements with us to distribute our cups. If we continue to get 58 coffee stands every single month, for the next 12 months, we will have 700 coffee stands at the end of the year. With 700 coffee stands, we can move 8 million cups a month. And at 13-cent profit, 8 million cups a month, we're making over $1 million of profit every single month. And we've already started this, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, our first customer, Overstock.com, will see their cups hit the California market in 21 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you for listening to that. So you have an idea of what the elevator pitch sounds like, and we're going to attempt to do that. And this will be our guide. You see that they all identify themselves. So who are you? Are you the CEO? Are you the technical director? What are you too? Because that will be important to know your position in the organization. So identify who you are with respect to that organization. Tell us the big problem that you are trying to solve and why you are solving this problem. How you're solving it, and what makes your own solution different from others that are already there. Because, I mean, it's not likely that you are the only one trying to provide this solution. So what's different about your solution? Why do you think you will be successful? Why do you think people will buy from you? How much are you making? That's if you have already started the business. If not, how or when will you be making a profit, and how much will you be making? Then close with a call to action. What do you want? What do you need it for? How much do you want? Or what exactly do you want? Maybe you just want advertising. What is it? Or maybe you want money to expand your business. If that is the case, what exactly do you want the money for? What kind of expansion, or what part of expansion will you be spending that money on, and how much exactly will it be? And if someone gives you money, you know that it will be very important to them that there's going to be a return for them. So how are you returning the money? And what kind of money will you be requesting for if money is the issue here? Is it something you pay back? Are you offering them equity in your business? What's in it for them? So that's the idea. So the exercise we are going to do now is going to be, I want us to focus on a for-profit business. So I don't want us to talk about not-for-profit. I know some people may be interested in that, but I would like us to focus on for-profit business, a business that is out to make money. So try to see how we can try to do that, because I understand that later today you're going to be doing this, you're going to be making pitches. So let's try out some of those. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen now. And then let's see. Let's go in groups. I think I'm not sure. Please, how many participants do we have, please?
Yeah, Dr. Pasiri, I think we have around like 35 right now.
Okay, 35. So let's say 6. So can we have 6 rooms? And then we have one of us facilitating, or at least maybe 2 people in each room, helping them to maybe decide on who is going to make a presentation for the group, and then who is going to, what to present. So they can try out, then we'll come back and say 10 minutes, and then we will try out the elevator pitches.
Sure, yeah. So just to clarify, they can pitch on any idea, right? So they can come up with any sort of idea and a solution.
Yes,
okay.
Yes.
Okay, sure. I'll just break them out into groups right now.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, all of you should be invited to join breakout rooms. Let me know if it doesn't work. Let's just see. Is anyone not able to join a room? Like, I think Maya and Zheng Hao, you're still here, right? Just see. Yeah, let me know if you need any help moving to a room.
Okay. Okay, thank you everyone, and welcome back. So we'll go straight on to take, you have your, each presenter is going to have 90 seconds. Please, can we have someone help us with timing? 90 seconds for each presenter, capture everything. So just as a reminder, let me share the screen again for you to see the what we expect to see in your presentation. Just give me a minute. Okay. Okay, so don't forget this. So identify yourself, who you are, what's the big problem you're trying to solve, why are you solving the problem, or why is it a problem? How are you solving it? How is it different from what other people are doing? Why do you think you will be successful? Who are you going to be selling to, or who are your target market? How much will you be making if you have started the business, or when you start the business? How much profit will that be? And what do you want? Call to action. What do you want and for what? Okay, so stop sharing. So let's have the representatives of each group. So please, coordinators, who is representing our groups? Can you please spotlight the representative of your group?
Can I just check for my group? Grace, will you be presenting?
Sure.
Okay, so I'll spotlight Grace. Yeah.
Okay. Leona is presenting for our group. Leona Angie.
Okay. Yeah, for my group, it's gonna be Emma. Emma
Okay.
Lee. Yeah.
And then for my group, it'll be Jessie representing.
And I guess from my group will be Wen Xing.
Okay, thank you. I think one more. The
And
sixth
for our group, we have Chloe.
Okay, thank you, Chloe. So let's have them one after the other. Presenters, you have 90 seconds to make your presentation. Please, who is helping us with time?
Yeah, we're doing it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's go. I think, who's starting? Grace?
Okay, so my group will be doing on a project on food waste. Our title will be called Food In, Food Out. So why we are doing this is because as a small country like us and many other countries, we don't have enough landfills. So we are trying to reduce it by working on the food waste. So we'll be having this machine where we'll put food waste inside such that it can be decomposed, and we'll be targeting at schools. So we'll be selling the machines we make to the schools, and also collecting the decomposed food to make it into profitable products like fertilizers. We can also collaborate with, for example, farmers and sell the fertilizers to them. Yeah.
You're done?
Yeah.
Okay. Should we take comments after each presentation? I think that would be nice so that we don't forget what was presented. Any comments? on Grace's presentation? From me, I think my first issue is that you didn't tell us how you are making money, who is paying, what you're selling, how much you will make, when you will make it. You didn't tell us anything about that.
I will be selling the machines to the schools and also the fertilizers from the decomposed food.
Okay, maybe you didn't tell us that in your presentation. So I think next presenter should be mindful of that. We want to, we want to know what you're selling and how much you're selling, how much profit you're making, when you're making it. So, and you didn't also tell us what is it now? What you want. You didn't provide any call to action. So we have no idea what you have presented to us, but we don't know what you want us to do with the information you have given us. So call to action is very important. Presenters, be mindful of that.
Okay.
Thank you, Grace, for making the attempt for your group. Thank you. Next one. Who is next? I don't have the names, please. Please let me call the next name.
Okay, maybe Jessie from my team.
Oh, Jessie.
Okay.
Go.
Hello, everyone. Let me first give you an illustration. In 1989, there was a valley full of 10 million tires that caught fire, and the fire lasted for 15 years. So have you ever imagined a valley full of tire waste? Every year, 2.5 billion tires are manufactured, and only 1.5 tires are wasted each year, and only 150 million tires are recycled. So our project is to upcycle these tires and reduce rubber waste by making sleepers from them. So each tire can make up to 7 to 8 shoes. According to statistics, each tire costs about $25. So we can transport these used tires, to manufacturing companies after collecting them from Asian countries. And after factoring in the transportation costs and the tire costs, which cost about $25, each shoe can be sold at under $10. So we can sell these shoes on e-commerce platforms, and this would be able to offer jobs to locals in third world countries, and they can earn an income through this. So we can make a social impact by also donating these shoes to third world countries. So please support our shoe making company. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Same issue. How much are you making? How much profit will that deliver? How much do you want from us? You said we should support you. We don't know what to do. We don't know how you want us to support you because we don't know what you need from us. So please make your call to action clear. It's very important when you make a pitch. And another thing is that I think you were not too specific. You are saying, we can do this, we can do this. When you are making a pitch, it has to be, we are doing this or we will do this. So you have to be sure. Because when you say we can do this, we can also do this, it's like there are still like some ideas that you are examining. So when you are asking people to support you or give you money, you have to be sure of what you're doing. So they want to see that you are in control, and they want to see that when they invest money in your business, it's not going to go to waste because you know what you're doing. So thank you very much. Next person.
That will be me.
Okay, thank you. Emma.
Oh, Emma.
Should I start?
Yeah, go ahead. Timer, please. I'm not sure if we are taking the timing into consideration. Please, it's important.
Yes, we are.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay. So I'll go then.
Go.
So hello. Oh. So hello, we're Clefware. And what we're doing is basically making portable music stands. Now, you see the typical marching band, they have to memorize their music. That's because they cannot carry their music while they are marching, as their hands are full and they also have to keep moving. So that's why we're making a portable music stand. It's an attachable hat with a stem outwards, with a clip that holds your music in front of you. No matter where you're moving, your music will always be in front, and you can just read with ease. Along with that, people who are busking, they're out in nature. Nature won't stop even though you're playing music. It's going to be windy. So with your music in front of you and in place, it makes it so that you can easily read music. So in a way, our product is trying to make music more accessible. Now, along with our product, why it's going to be successful, not only is it more accessible for different people, it's also more affordable. And this is the reason why. Most music stands are made out of metal, but our portable one will most likely be made out of plastic, even recyclable plastic, so that it will be much cheaper compared to the alternative. Along with that, our product price will be about $10 to $20. And since we haven't started selling yet, we still are not too sure with how much profit we are going to make. But since our kind of the business we're selling is not only on the online website, but we're also contacting different bands across the world, especially specifically marching bands, and forming close relationships with them so that we can sell our products to them. So in a way, our model is a hybrid of B2B and B2C. Now, along with that, when it comes, oh, already 90 seconds.
Your time is up. That's what it means. Yeah. Okay, thank you for making a trial. Anyone has any feedback for Emma? Please, any feedback for Emma? How will they flip the score? Someone is asking you, Emma. Yeah. And I'm also asking you because you said it will most likely be. No, it can't most likely be. You have to be sure. You have to be sure. And then you said you will sell maybe between $10 and $20. No, you have to be sure how much you're selling. So it can't be a probability. When you're making a pitch and you're asking for people to do something for your business, you must be sure. Okay, thank you. Next.
I think I'll go next.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so among all of us here, how many of us have actually overslept our alarm or purposely pressed the snooze button? I can assure you, as a student myself, we have done it multiple times. And from there, it affects our day constantly. From not being able to wake up, we get to school late, we will miss lessons, etc., etc. We are going to mess up our entire day. So therefore, my team and I, we have come up with an app to solve this issue. It is called Alarm Buddy, where instead of simply pressing the snooze button, you will actually have to shake the app, shake your phone for it to deactivate. It will ensure that you are awake and ready to move on with your day. And it will only be retailing at $1.99 on the Google Play Store app, and is accessible to everyone. And yeah, sorry.
It's okay.
I think that's it.
Okay, thank you. So your product is an app that you think people are going to be willing to buy for $1 to 20 cents, if I get you right. Yeah. Any feedback for her, please? Don't leave it to just me. Yeah, no call to action. Yes, thank you. Same problem. So please, we need you to actually make a call to action. Yeah, only on Google Play Store. What about people who are using iPhones and others? So App Store, yeah. Okay. Any other feedback for her? iOS, Microsoft App Store. Yes, people are still talking about limiting yourself to Google Play Store. And any other thing? Okay, so you can tidy it up the more then. I think one other thing that I would like to point to there is, like I think I mentioned at the beginning. Okay, someone said it's expensive for $1.20. Maybe I personally, I'm not sure if I want to pay $1.20 for an app to wake me up. because, and then you have to look at what you also presented as the solution to a problem. Yes, there is a problem of alarms, but then whatever makes people to be able to press snooze, we also help them to shake and then go back to sleep. So we may not really be solving the problem there. So it's important that it's a real problem that is being solved. So you have to be sure of the solution. Someone said a lot of people wouldn't be willing to buy an app, exactly, especially kids or teens without credit cards and all that. So that's a key thing that you need to. So accessibility, remember your marketing strategy, people, and then pricing, and all of those things that you need to put into consideration. How people are going to access your product easily without any problem. Okay, next person. I think we have two more. Yes.
Is there anyone else?
Leona? Leona is supposed to.
Okay, yeah, I'll go. Is the timer started?
Can you open your camera, please?
Oh, okay. It's turned on. I think it's lagging. Okay, it works now. But the lighting is quite bad. Okay, can I start now?
Go ahead.
Most lipsticks are made from petrochemicals, which are toxic to us and to the environment. And respected companies still continue to send them. Would you really put your health in their hands? Good morning, everyone. I am Leona, the CEO of Wake Up and Makeup. I bring to you our organic lipstick, the perfect blend of safety, beauty, sustainability, functionality, and quality. Nothing short of what you deserve. We're not just selling you lipstick, we're selling you safety, we're selling you healthcare, we're selling you insurance. At the same time, we're protecting our earth. Return your empty packaging for it to be reused and get a 20% discount on your next purchase. Our product will be launched into the market through celebrity endorsements, appealing to vanity. The production cost is $80 per lipstick, and it will be sold at $500 per lipstick. So we will make a profit of $420 per lipstick. We are looking for $800,000 to produce 10,000 pieces. Within the first year of operation, we will be able to sell 100,000 pieces, and we will make a profit of $42 million. As you can see, we are set up for success. Invest in us.
Thank you. Okay, so that's Leona. And I think, yes, anyone wants to provide any feedback? Okay, very clear, thank you. Any other feedback for Leona? Okay, so I would like to say something about that. That captures 500 for a lipstick is very expensive. Yes, it depends on what group you are targeting. Nothing is expensive. It is the person buying that determines what is expensive, because what's expensive for someone is cheap for some other person, or is just normal for some other person. She mentioned something about celebrity endorsement. So she's already identified a class that they want to focus on. So this lipstick is not for everyone. It's for a particular group who can afford to pay for it. A group that can afford to pay $500 for a lipstick that, they can say, okay, this is the type of lipstick I'm using. So you can actually decide on which sector of the economy you want to focus on for whatever business you're trying to do. That's the idea. So you can't sell to everyone. You may decide, okay, people in the lower class are the people I want to sell to. Yes, that's a way of looking at it. Is it comparable to other luxury brands? Someone is asking a question there. It could become a luxury brand. Okay, thank you for answering the question. So the most important thing here is what you're selling is clear. Why you're selling it is clear, like she mentioned, sustainability of the environment, safety of people instead of petrochemicals. Now we go organic. Why would they choose it over traditional brands like Dial and Chanel? Okay, so Leona, that's there's a question for you. Okay, the answer is provided as a social status. That's the truth. Some people just want to buy because it's expensive. There is a market like that, so you can decide to target them. She mentioned it in her presentation that the idea is to focus on vanity. So there are some people, if everybody is using it, they don't want to use it because they want exclusivity. So that's it. That's a market that you can actually focus on. And she was able to mention how much they need to take off. She said $800,000 to produce 10,000 pieces. That's the first thing that goes into the market. And then she said within 1 year, they'll be able to produce or sell 100,000 pieces. And on each piece, because production cost is $80, on each piece, they'll be able to make $420. And she was able to tell us how much that will be in terms of profit. So if you want to invest in a business like that, you know what you are in for. That's the idea of an elevator pitch. So for those who will be making presentations maybe later in the day, that would be a very good thing for you to think about, capture in your presentation. Be very clear on what you're selling. And if you have, I think, some value-added services that will go with your product, that's also something to include in your presentation. So I think that's a way of looking at things for us. Let me go back to sharing my screen. I think we are closing now. So, yes, we already. Okay. So those are the things that we have looked at in terms of presentation this morning. I want to hope that you have learned something from the presentations and the reviews and feedback that everyone has provided. That's a very important thing. So we have done all of that and we have done the review. So I can say all the best to everyone who will be making a presentation later in the day. And thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure enjoying and hearing from everyone. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Dr. Bosede. That was amazing. Thank you for your, let's say, your passion, also for showing all these great examples, and for really giving them a chance to practice, their pitch. I think this has been a really good opportunity and a good way for them to prepare for later on today. So thank you so much for being with us. How can the students stay in touch with you? And maybe you could tell us a little bit about YFS if they want to learn more.
I can put my email address in the chat box. Yes. Then let's see. Then I think every last Saturday of the month, on behalf of YFS, I normally present an entrepreneurial workshop. It's free, so anyone who is interested can. So we try to help young people to learn to develop an elevator pitch or to ideate. That's the idea of the workshop. I'm trying to look for the chat box. Okay.
No worries, no worries. We can definitely share your contacts with everyone. Thank you so much for joining us again. Really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. That's my email address. So if anyone wants to be in touch, I'll be glad to share.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, bye.
Bye. All right, so I know we've gone a bit over time, so apologies. Let's quickly have like a half-hour break. We'll join back again at 12:15. So yeah, just relax, get something to eat, and then we're really gonna crack on your pitches for later this evening, later this afternoon, as well as finish up your mind map through Mindomo. So enjoy and see you in half hour.
All right. Okay. All right. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you guys had a nice, quick lunch break and are ready to get cracking. Yeah. So, before we start, just, there's a few, let's say, ground rules and what's going to happen. So right now we are going into the first breakout session into your own groups. So you have about 15 minutes, to discuss and brainstorm with your team. So, because you'll have 2 breakout sessions, one 15 minutes now and then 15 minutes later on. So, I will suggest that, the first 30 minutes, you guys use this time to, to brainstorm on your problem statement and solution. And then the 20 minutes, to put together your mind map together. Yeah, so, just to let you guys know what's the few things that you guys need to take note and do. So one is to come up with a team name. Yeah, so, brainstorm with your friends and team members on like what you're going to call your team. And then, you'll be prepare, let's say like a 3-minute pitch. So, later on during a live pitching session, you'll be given 3 minutes to really pitch about your idea and then showcase the mind map that you guys have done up. Yeah, so after the 3-minute pitch, each team will be given, let's say, 5 minutes of Q&A, where the judges, will have the chance to ask questions about your solution and idea. Yeah, so, remember also, to incorporate, let's say, all the elements that was taught just now during the session. So really all the elevator pitch, be very clear on what is it that you guys are trying to show. Yeah, and then, also to remind everyone the judging criteria that we are looking at. So 4 things: 1, solution fit; 2, creativity and innovation; 3, feasibility; and 4, presentation. So all the details, if you guys couldn't remember, they can be found in your student handbook also. Yeah, so we will be given, let's say, 15 minutes. I will be creating, let's say, rooms 1 to 8. So, please, choose the room according to the team number that you're assigned to. And then once the time is up, there'll be kind of a 60-second countdown before you guys are brought back to the main room for another break before we break into the second session. Yeah, so, if all that's okay, I'm going to create the breakout session. So all facilitators, please do, let's say, head to the teams that you're assigned also. And we could take the first few minutes to check that everyone has access and are able to access the MindDomo app also. Yeah, so right now, without further ado, I'll start the session, and then please do join, your respective room numbers according to the team number. Yeah, so then I'll see you guys back here, at in 15 minutes time. Yeah, okay, so I'm going to open the room now, and then please feel free to join. Okay. Yeah, so please join the room, the team that you're assigned to, and then, yeah, you'll get cracking. Okay, let me know if you guys are unable to join. So yeah. And all the best, everyone.
Sorry, am I supposed to receive a notification to join any breakout rooms? Because I didn't.
Okay, wait, who are you? I'll assign you
Ingrid.
then. Ingrid. Okay, hold on. You are team number
5.
5. Okay, hold on. Maybe I can assign you. Ingrid. Okay. Okay, hold on. Hayden. Hayden, you're group 2, right? Let me see. Hayden, you're group 2. Okay, I'll assign you. Group 2. Who else? Isabel. Okay, Isabel, what team are you at? Check. Isabel. Okay, Isabel, you're in team 5. I'll assign you. Okay. Anika, I think some of you are still not. Okay, hold on. Anika Chandra, so I think you are in group 3. I'm gonna assign you. And Yulin, I think you can join Dr. Matthew. Yeah. Thank you. Then you are in group 7.
Sorry, where am I going?
Group 7.
Breakout room, group 7?
Yeah, correct.
Thanks.
Room 7. All right. Okay. Okay, wait, I realize I'm mute. Okay.
Okay, sorry guys, we're gonna bring you back into your breakout rooms. I think we couldn't, it was some automatic function. So we'll just go back, right, Ethan?
Yeah, correct. So sorry about, I know a lot of you guys, wanted more time to really work on the ideas. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna bring you guys back into the rooms so that you can continue a conversation and then practice your pitch, prepare for pitch later at 2 p.m. So 2 p.m. we'll be back to the main room and then you'll be given 5 minutes break. Yeah, before we kickstart the live pitching session. So you guys have until 2 p.m. Okay? Yeah, so hold on now. I'll start the breakout room.
Okay, first of all, everyone, welcome back to the main room. We hope that the breakout sessions that you had before this were fruitful and that you managed to prepare very exciting pitches, for our judges here. So today we have on board 11 judges, all like experts in various categories, ready to hear your pitches on food, function, flavor, and fragrance. So we'll be going in that order that just mentioned, and that there are a total of 8 teams, so 3 teams in food, 3 teams in function, and 2 teams in flavor and fragrance that will be presenting. In terms of the format, we're allocating 3 minutes for pitching. So this is like a hard cap, which we'll be timing you for. And then 5 minutes for Q&A. So at this juncture, judges after the pitching are welcome to ask questions. So feel free to let us know if any questions. You can, for example, just unmute yourself, or you can also type in the chat box and we'll make sure that your questions get answered as well. So, next up, we want to introduce firstly all the amazing judges that we have on board today. So next slide, please. So first of all, we have Angelique Teo. So Angel, do you mind giving a brief introduction of yourself?
Just let me plug in my headphones.
No problem. Yeah, you guys should be familiar with Angel since she was on our roundtable of 6 amazing women entrepreneurs yesterday. Yeah, so perhaps just for some of them who didn't manage to attend yesterday.
Sure. So hi, everyone. Hello, young ladies. I hope you're all prepared, had a great 2 days for the hackathon. My name is Angelique Teo. As you can see on the massive screen, I am the co-founder of Mad Foods. It is a Singapore-based functional beverage and plant-based company. And we'll be launching very, very soon with our 3 variants of Mad Coffee, of which we have the double shot, the single shot, as well as the decaffeinated version. And later on, we'll be expanding that range to offer more functional beverages. And in the morning from 6 to 10 a.m., I'm also on the radio. So if you do happen to wake up at 6 o'clock, you can tune into 91.3, that's 1FM, where I co-host the Big Show with Glenn Ong, the Flying Dutchman, as well as Sean.
Awesome, thank you so much, Angelique. And then next up, we are very ecstatic, to have Alex Ward with us as our next judge. So Alex, if you could just do a quick introduction, please.
I think no introduction needed. I had 5 minutes with everybody yesterday. So I'm super excited to be here. I've been looking forward to this all day, and I'm ready to listen to these ideas. So good luck, everybody, and may the best team win.
Thank you so much, Alex. Yeah, we're super excited to have you on board as well to hear all the exciting ideas. Yeah. And our next judge is Astrid Prayogo. She's the founder and CEO of How Food. So Astrid, if I could just give you a minute to introduce yourself as well.
Hi, thank you so much, Lily, for this. My name is Astrid Prayogo. I'm founder and CEO of How Food. We are making tasty and nutritious plant-based chicken from peanut. We're based from Shanghai, and we've been listening about your story, and so looking forward to hear about your exciting idea today. Thank you.
Thank you, Astrid. Yeah, thank you so much. Next up, we have Christian, our very own, managing partner for Asia at Big Idea Ventures. Christian, please.
Yes, I'll just make it quick. So thank you to all the amazing participants in here. We're really excited to see your presentations, and I hope hopefully in the next couple of years, and I do mean couple of years, we are looking towards your business proposal so we can invest in you and help make you one of the largest companies in Singapore, if not the world. So thank you.
Thank you, Christian. And then our next judge is Christina Till from Sri 1K. Christina, would love to hear from you.
I'm really happy and honored to be back. We're a big fan of Big Idea Ventures, and always really great to participate in their program. So good luck to everybody. Sri 1K is actually an angel network, and all our investors are C-suite executives. And we run a program called C Shark Tank. So I think all of you also stand a chance to kind of pitch to us one day when your business is ready. So we'll be very happy to hear from all of you.
Thank you so much, Christina, for the really kind words. Yeah, we're big fans of Sri 1K ourselves. Yeah. So next up, a lady who doesn't need further mention because she delivered our keynote address yesterday. So Georgette, please, if you'd like to introduce yourself quickly again.
Hi, everybody, all the young ladies in the audience. I'm Georgette. I'm with United Women Singapore, and we are delighted to be a partner of Big Ideas Ventures because this is an amazing platform by which, what we believe it's all about cultivating innovation, creativity, and building that pipeline of future women leaders. So very excited to be listening in on the pitches, and good luck to everybody. And just to say that I am truly honored to be on this panel because I know a couple of you and I have a lot of respect for you.
Thank you so much, Georgette. Yeah, I think we've really put together an all-star judges panel. It's really remarkable that everybody is spending their Saturday afternoon with us. So really appreciate your time. Yeah. And then next up, we have Carla Baradas. So actually yesterday, she did the workshop with us yesterday with the introduction to entrepreneurship, as well as conducting the various breakout sessions. So Carla, if you'd like to introduce yourself.
Thank you so much. First of all, I just want to say that before the workshop, I
I was thinking, in the future, you might want to do this or the other, but you guys are already doing something really big, which is taking one step to say, okay, I want to do something. I want to make change. I want to come up with a creative way of solving any issues you have seen or you are interested on. So you're already way ahead of most of us when we were your age. So don't think like it's still, a long journey. You are doing it right now. So we're all very, very proud of you. I'm very happy to have you here. I'm super excited to hear your stories. And yeah, I think I forgot to introduce myself, but for those who haven't and had the chance to be part of our workshop yesterday, I work for the United Nations Development Program, and I work on anything that has to do with youth here in Singapore as well. I'm super, super happy. I'm glad to be here as well today.
Thank you, Carla. We're so happy to have your support here today. Yeah. And then next up, we have, Dr. Ka Yi Ling. She is the co-founder and the CTO at Shook Meats. So yesterday, the students had like the pleasure of hearing from Sandhya, her co-founder. And they really, really enjoyed like the workshop that she did on cellular agriculture. Yep. So Kai, if you'd like to give a quick introduction as well.
Awesome. Thank you, Elaine, and for the team for inviting me. I'm Kai. I'm a biologist by training, and Sandhya and I started Shook 2.5 years ago. So it doesn't matter if you don't have business background, and you just need your passion and your idea. I'm very excited to hear what you have today, and happy to keep in touch and share my experience if it helps any of you. Good luck.
Thank you, Kai. Okay, next up, we have Matilda. She's the founder and chief purpose officer of the Ocean Purpose Project. We were lucky to not just have her on a round panel yesterday, but to also have her host a workshop on marine conservation and solution engineering today. So welcome back again, Matilda, and happy to have you as a judge. Are there any words that you'd like to say to us? So.
Thank you so much, Big Idea Ventures, as well as all of the wonderful young ladies that are here pitching your ideas. You are the future of our generation. For those that I haven't met yet, I am the founder and chief purpose officer. Yep, I invented that title of Ocean Purpose Project, which is an ocean conservation and ocean pollution prevention social enterprise. Really looking forward to hear what you guys are going to be, you girls are going to be presenting today. So I'm very excited about that. As promised, this is part of the gear that you stand to win. This is the sweet, sweet Ocean Purpose Project onesie. So, really looking forward to handing this as a prize to one of you guys. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you so much, Matilda. Yeah, for your generous sponsorship of the various prizes as well. I think our students are very excited, to present to all of you. Yeah. And then next up, we have Rob Home, who's the Asia Director at Beanstalk, an innovation and consulting agency. So Rob, the stage is yours.
Hi guys, how are you? Yeah, really happy to be here like everyone else. It's just such an inspiring, an amazing event that gives great opportunity for young female entrepreneurs. So my background, spent 26 odd years with Bayer in various roles around the world in agribusiness, and founded Beanstalk in 2018. So Beanstalk is an innovation agency and ventures group. So we're sort of problem solvers. We sit between investors, innovators, and industry. And trying to help reinvent our food system across Asia Pacific. So I'm really, really looking forward to, in particular, the food topics, but all of them, of course, and I think you're all amazing. So congratulations and good luck.
Thank you so much, Rob. Yeah, and thank you for your generous sponsorship of prizes as well. I think students are really looking forward to hearing from you in terms of strategies for business development, etc. Yeah, thank you. And last but not least, we have our judge, Wei Hao Cho, who's the investment director at Razer, and also a full-time gamer and a part-time tech investor. So wow, so many different things to juggle. So Wei Hao, if you'd like to introduce yourself as well.
Yeah, sure. Hey everyone. I'm investment director at Razer. So I'm not sure if you're familiar with Razer, but actually it started off by a Singaporean creating a mouse gaming mouse, and now we sell globally. Just reached $1 billion in sales last year. So I guess it all starts with a small idea, but if you have big dreams, I think you can take it really far. So good to have you all all here today. I think when I was in secondary school, I can't recall what I was doing, but I know I was playing a lot of sports. Definitely not doing things like you guys. So great initiative. I'm very happy to be here.
Thank you so much, Wei Hao. Yeah. And so that was the introduction of all 11 judges we have today. So before we move on to the pitching, I just wanted to give like a huge thank you to all our judges, to all our speakers who have participated in our hackathon, as well as our proud partners for the event, United Women Singapore, that is helmed by Georgette, as well as her amazing team who has helped a lot, in terms of like, say, for example, student outreach, as well as UNDP, like Carla, as well as Mala, who have contributed so much in the individual capacities. So without which, this whole event would not have been possible. Yeah. So, without further ado, let's get started in terms of the pitching. I think, yeah, all our teams are ready to go. Yeah. Next slide, please. Yeah. So, first up in the food category, we have our first team called Vamper & Co. So the team comprises of 5 members, Kaishan, Zheng Hao, Nicole, Yi Chen, as well as Winnie. So yes, please go ahead, Vamper & Co.
Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you and see you. Great.
Okay. My time starts in 3, 2, 1. Presenting to you Vamper & Co. Vamper & Co.'s meaning is twofold.
Wait. Must I like... I need to
oh,
share the
sorry.
slide,
Okay,
right?
let's... Nicole.
Yeah, you need to share your screen. Yeah.
Screen share first. Screen share first. Let's pretend it wasn't awkward.
No worries. We're all adjusting. This like my Met 2 is new. I think everybody picked it up very quickly and very heartened by that. Yeah.
Wait, can y'all see?
Yeah, we can see it. Yeah. Yes, we can see it.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, we can start anytime. Yeah, when you're ready.
Okay, restarting in 3, 2, 1. Presenting to you Vamper & Co. Vamper's meaning is twofold: to revamp the diets of people and also to provide veggie hampers, which is the goal of our product. So what is the problem we're trying to solve today? We're trying to solve the problem of excessive meat consumption. And this has brought about profound impacts on deforestation and human rights abuses. This is particularly pertinent in areas such as the Amazon, whereby indigenous communities at the front line have come upon the brunt of these problems. People are not willing to adopt a plant-based diet and status quo because they aren't able to incorporate it into daily life, and it's also not particularly affordable. How are we different then? We aspire to be different because veggie food companies are very niche currently and have very small consumer bases. And therefore, Vamper brings these companies into a single platform and encouraging people to have a more environmentally friendly lifestyle. On to you, Zheng Hao.
Thank you, Kaishan. So our product is a subscription box service with food, snacks, and ingredients from different companies, which is then distributed to the customers through our packages. Customers can choose the length of their subscription and between 5 of our options: the snack packs, cooking packs, customized packs, which allows people to have freedom to try a greater variety of products, event surprise hamper, and the challenge hamper. For the snack pack, we have healthy and tasty snacks with generally long shelf lives with aesthetics that attract the younger generation. The meal ingredients attracts the older generation and encourages them to incorporate it in their daily cookings. The event surprise hamper will allow people to give surprises to their loved ones in a healthy and environmentally friendly way. Moving on to our promotion. We will promote our product through social media like Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, and YouTube. Through partnering with influencers,
competitions, sponsoring videos, giveaways, and events like the partnerships with the Vegetarian Society of Singapore. Through our marketing, we hope that the current trend of vegan foods will spread to a larger audience and allow more people to adopt a plant-based diets. Lastly, the packaging consists of eco-friendly, biodegradable plastic and paper packaging by noissue.co.
We will need a fund of 10K to kickstart this project. This money will go into our website operations, promotions, and collaborations such as social media influencer sponsorships. Thank you so much for your time and support in our efforts to revamp diets. Join Vampers & Co., the faces of our future. Thank you.
Thank you, team. Yeah, I think it was slightly past 3 minutes, but I know there was like some technical glitches as well. Yeah, okay. Okay, so that was the pitch from Vamper & Co. Thank you so much, team, for the presentation. So now, we'll open the floor up to the judges who have 5 minutes to ask any questions that you'd like to pose to any of the team.
Well, I'd like just to make a comment. This is Christian here. I wanted to say to the team, this is very thought out and quite thorough. I'm really astounded how you were able to get to all the different facets of what you need to do the business in roughly the amount of time that you had. So really fantastic presentation. And great name, by the way. I really love that name.
So I have a question to the team. This is going to be providing food for kids in a household and for parents, but it's probably the parents that are going to pay for the subscription. So how do you position this to make the kids want to convince their parents and influence their parents so that they do go ahead and buy the subscription?
Okay, firstly, thank you for the question. Regarding this, I think we didn't manage to cover this in great detail, but we're planning to do promotion on social media platforms such as Instagram and TikTok. So this is where a lot of young people and kids often reside and spend 90% of the days on. So I think it's an effective tool in which children are able to convince their parents because they feel that it is beneficial to their health.
Okay, thanks.
These boxes are also priced very reasonably. So for the snack pack option, which is specifically targeted to the students and youngsters. A monthly, it comes at an affordable price of $29.99 for 2 months, $79.99 for 6 months, and $119.99 for 1 year. And since it's such an affordable price, I think a lot of youngsters will convince their parents to.
Adding on to what Winnie said, based on our market research, our current competitors offer around $70 per pack for their vegan packages. So our prices are very competitive, and we feel that it will give us an edge in the market.
So, quick question. Great presentation, ladies. Can you share with us a little bit more about your supply chain?
Sorry, can we clarify what you mean?
So you're going to be sourcing these veggie-based foods, yeah? Can you share with us exactly what your supply chain is and how you will be sourcing all of these veggie-based foods? Where do they come from? What's the sustainability in the supply chain, if you have any?
Okay, we'll not be the ones making the food itself. Let's say that we'll be sourcing these foods from other companies, local vegan companies that have already been making these foods. The role of our product is just to amass it into one single website.
Hi, this is Kai from Shook Meats. I had a question. So what is your target market? Are you looking for people who are trying to convert to a more vegan lifestyle, or meat eaters, or interested to know your target market?
Our target market currently is people who are on the fence and leaning towards trying out plant-based foods. So in fact, we have a challenge hamper whereby a hamper that slowly transitions from real meat to plant-based foods in order for these people to try out this transition. So it's not such a rude shock to try out plant-based meat.
So adding on to that, so are you guys only going to include veggie-based? What about other alternative proteins like insect-based or what we work on cell-based? So just trying to understand, since you're sourcing from all different partners, so what do you think of the other foods? Are you guys interested? I mean, or is it really focused on the vegan, plant-based side of things?
The problem statement states that it is plant-based. So as of now, we are very focused on plant-based.
I have a question. Have you determined the size of the market that you'll be able to target for, say, in the first 2 years?
May you clarify what do you mean by size?
Well, you know, approximately how large an audience are you talking about that you hope to be able to reach and be able to achieve by way of sales, certainly?
We're hoping to reach about 1,000 people within the first 6 months through our various social media platforms.
I just want to add that really good work for such a short amount of time and taking on all the hard questions as well. Well done, great presentation. I think it's very, very detailed, again, for the amount of time that you guys were given, so well done.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I think the 5 minutes for Q&A is up. Thank you to the judges, for asking so proactively. I think it gave the team a lot to think about. And of course, as the first team, there's a lot of pressure on their shoulders in terms of working out the kinks of the mind map tool. So really great job on that front. Yep. Okay. So next up, we have team 2 in the food category. So the team name is called Planny Story X. I hope I didn't butcher the name. And so in terms of the team members, there are 4 team members, namely Tejaswari, Emma, Giselle, as well as Hayden. Yes, so, please take the stage, Planny Story X.
Let us set up our screen first.
Yeah, no worries. When you're done with the setup, just let us know.
Yeah, I shared the screen.
Okay, they're in present mode?
Yes.
Okay, so 3, 2, 1. Hello, we're Planning Story X. Our product is Leafy, the healthy, microwavable, ready-to-eat eco meal. These are the issues that we're going to address.
Starting with health, people are getting more worried about their health. In Singapore, 36.2% of Singaporeans aged 18 to 69 are overweight.
When it comes to the meat industry, production is non-eco-friendly, accounting for 14.5% of global greenhouse emissions, a major source of deforestation.
When it comes to food waste, people buy ingredients to cook meals but lack the time to, leading to ingredients being wasted. Singaporeans also favor convenience. So what's our solution? Leafy is a RTE plant-based balanced healthy meal. It includes plant-based meat and is stored in biodegradable packaging.
It is stored in freezers or fridges for long-term storage. Some meals are the chicken pesto with broccoli and peas meal. With plant-based chicken protein, we also have minced beef curry fried rice.
It is sold first at gyms as they are more health conscious, and also companies where they can offer it to busy employees.
Our main target when expanding is millennials and Gen Z, as they are the next working generation, too busy to cook for themselves and also pursue being green.
What makes our product unique is there are a lot of plant-based meat options that require cooking, but barely any plant-based RTE meal options in Singapore.
Our product is effective as it is delicious and healthy. We will use a cloud kitchen with chefs to prepare food. Our source is mostly local farms, and we'll put out new meals to test.
Portion-wise, it's an average meal and already prepared. It is finishable, so it won't be wasted.
Health-wise, microwavable meals are as nutritious as home-cooked versions, while also balanced.
According to Moderate Intelligence, RTE meals are gaining popularity in Singapore as convenience. Singaporeans also have higher incomes, so our cost of around $7 to $9 is affordable.
Our product is also environmentally friendly as it has biodegradable packaging. Plant-based meats have a smaller carbon footprint than meat versions.
For challenges, it is more expensive than normal RTE meals, but with mass production and development, the price will lower.
Marketing-wise, we have a website for online orders and will negotiate with gyms and companies, but we can also partner with influencers.
There are also partnerships. We are planning to work with Fan Foods, Temp, or other companies of plant-based meats. We will expand into cell-based in the future.
Packaging-wise, we plan to partner with companies like Biopack.
We plan to expand into gyms like Anytime Fitness and target health and wellness associations and companies. In the future, possibly grocery stores.
We are ready to start producing our product and just need the funding to do it, which is why we're asking you for investments. To expand our company, we will require at least 15,000 for this. We plan on profiting from Singapore's open attitude towards plant-based foods, making investments and patenting easier. Thank you, and please invest in Leafy.
Wow, that was a great presentation to the Leafy team. Congratulations. Okay. So now we'll pass the time, over to the judges for Q&A. So anyone can really start.
Maybe just a couple of comments. Great presentation. Really on point. You've done your research, also from consumer all the way through in your supply chain. I'm interested a little bit on the cloud kitchen and who you would select for that, and what are some of the criteria, or what's probably the most important criteria you're looking at from the cloud kitchen?
For our cloud kitchen, since we still need funding, we're looking for a relatively small kind of like cooking studio. And when it comes to hiring, we will have to look into that in the future. But our main point is that we have to have equipment in that cloud kitchen, a fridge and freezer for storage. And we just need a place where deliveries can be sent for, let's say, our produce to create the meals. We're still relatively small, so we'll also start in a small kitchen.
Additionally, adding on to that, we also need to make sure that the hygiene is proper, because we need to ensure that the food is proper, because we are sending it out to many people and a lot of people are going to be trying out this food. So we need to ensure the best quality and best service for these people.
Maybe
I just had a call.
If you, I'm sorry.
No, Rob, go ahead.
Is your business model on a subscription? So you would like to sign up, a user or a customer and have repeat deliveries?
Well, it's actually mostly on an order basis. We are planning on subscriptions, but it's rather kind of what Amazon does. You just click how many you want to order and we deliver it to you.
Okay, great, thanks.
Adding on to that, we would like to show our website that we have created specifically to show like our mission and like what we will be doing. So this is our website.
I'd just like to comment, I love the name, great presentation. The packaging was above and beyond what I thought. I mean, the packaging the team came up with was probably better than some packaging I've seen with some other startups, right? So congratulations on that.
Great job.
Hi, this is Kai from Shopmeets. Very good job, and I'm actually really keen to buy if this is actually possible. I'm curious on this side of things. With regards to, it sounds like you guys are going to have your own team making the meals yourself. So will the recipes formulation be done by yourself too, or will you be partnering with other, food manufacturer, food processors to make the recipes?
The first few recipes are probably going to be our own, but we'll definitely seek guidance and possibly partnerships from people who are more experienced in the food industry. Because here we're mostly on the product idea. We do not have as much experience in the food industry as other professionals. So we'll definitely have to consult, which is part of why we need money and funding for this product.
So have you figured out the cost, right? So I have come across a few startups like this, and so basically they sell by weekly subscription, right? Because and then there is a special technique about freezing the food, because if you're going to ship one by one, you definitely are not going to be sustainable. Yeah. And so if that's the case, have you actually looked into some of these costs, because you're going to use, cloud kitchen, and then there'll be logistic costs, etc.
When it comes to material costs, we factor that into our price. So we'll be making about maybe $1 or less profit for our product itself. Now, when it comes to the cloud kitchen, starting off, we definitely will probably be in the red. So that's why we have the investments for at least about 15,000 to start ourselves in that cloud kitchen.
So what's your target retail price?
Our target retail price for selling to customers is about $7 to $9. It's very highly likely that's going to be more expensive since we're not mass producing it yet. But our price will lower with more expansion and was basically mass production and more people buying it. That's why we also not only focus on our website, but are planning on negotiating with local gyms and also local companies to provide access to our product to their members.
So impressed with the partnerships angle, especially with the gym and the subscription model. I gotta get some tips from you guys on how to present in like accelerators and hackathons. You're fantastic. I actually have a suggestion for you on the cloud kitchen. You can hook up with the social kitchen, where they hire disabled individuals to actually staff that cloud kitchen. So if that's an idea that you want to pursue, that's a nice hookup for you.
Well, okay, that was a wrap. Thank you so much to all the judges for your questions. I think they were really tough questions, and I think the team took it really well. And we also just wanted to say, everybody is so mind blown by your preparation. Not only did you come up with like your own like logo to like a packaging with the design of the company to like a website. Fantastic work. Yeah, I can really go to show that you've really put the true spirit of the hackathon like in mind. Like with the intensity of your presentation. So really good job on that front. Plenty story X. Yeah. Okay, so next up we have the last team in the food category. So the team is called Bon Appetit. Wow, okay, what a yummy name for like a food category team, right? Yeah. So I think, okay, we just need to quickly share our screen to show you the names of the 5 team members that we have with us today. Okay, it's loading. Okay, so it's Aurelia, Angela, Maya, Anika, and Jolene. Yep. So, yep, the stage is yours, Team Bon Appetit.
One in 3 Singaporeans will develop a chronic illness in their lifetime. This is a pressing issue, and people need to lead healthier lifestyles. How can we make consumers aware of and willing to try healthier and more nutritional foods? We are Team Bon Appetit, and we have created an app to solve this problem. Our target audience is people with a lack of knowledge about healthy food and hope to know more about it, and people who have an income and can decide their diet. Everyone can benefit from our app.
The main problem that we have identified is that people are not aware of what makes food healthy or are too busy to read long ingredient labels. In our app, you can use AR to scan the food found in your grocery store and easily find out the nutritional benefits that they bring.
We are also cooperating with businesses. Businesses can get advertised on our game function, which tests the user's understanding on healthy eating. Meanwhile, consumers will be able to help people suffering from chronic diseases by answering questions correctly and seeing the advertisements. They will go up the leaderboard with points, and that will show that they are very knowledgeable about healthy eating. There will also be a tab featuring businesses and their healthy eating options. Under our social media function, we give people a chance to share healthy eating recipes and watch videos on famous influencers cooking healthy food and blog on their ventures to maintain a healthy diet.
To start this venture, we will need an investment of $60,000 of startup capital to develop the app.
Since this is a business-to-business and business-to-consumer venture, we target both consumers and businesses. We aim to get 150,000 downloads per year by advertising the app to consumers at supermarkets and restaurants who use the app and encourage lifestyle bloggers to promote the app. We plan to use a pay-by-click ad framework that advertises businesses, and we hope to get $50,000 from these businesses. Together with getting signups from 28,000 companies, we estimate our income for the first year to be at around $1.4 million if all business signups are normal signups.
The challenges we foresee for this app is that the first few signups are most probably going to be from healthy people, which is likely counterproductive because it is meant to change unhealthy lifestyles. So we have made it up that if you invite a friend and they join, you will get benefits such as more points, which will help you advance up the leaderboard on the most healthy app users. That would encourage more people to encourage the practice of healthy eating. Bon appetit! We wish you a good meal with the future of food.
Wow, thank you so much, Bon Appetit team, for the great, presentation. Yeah, I'm just blown away. I'm definitely noticing the Zoom background over there with your company. Wow, that's very high effort. Yeah. So now I'm just going to pass it over to the judges, as usual, to ask your questions. Please ask away.
What amazing presentation. What amazing presentation and very beautiful design. I'm just wondering, is there did you see any competitor of your product right now? Is there any competitor for your product right now? Or who are the competitor of your product right now?
Recently there was an app developed in the market actually to actually for people to scan the QR code and to find out more about the foods that they're consuming. So we suspect that this could be one of our competitors. However, we have many other features that actually encourage people to download this app and also continue the healthy lifestyle. So it's not just a one-time usage. It's integrated into their lifestyle to continue buying these healthy foods and improving their lifestyle.
Thank you so much for such an amazing presentation. It's so great. I'm so happy and I wish I had the app already. It would be very useful for me, to be honest. And I just want to know, and have you thought on your key partners who would be really important for you to reach out to? Would it be people in the health industry or gyms as well? What do you think on that?
Our main partners are definitely supermarkets and restaurants whose products we are advertising, and then also we have to partner with the Health Promotion Board, for example, in Singapore, because we are using their guidelines as a metric to determine whether it is healthy for people to be consuming such foods. Yeah, it would be good if we could have a doctor on our team too, so that we can have healthy tips that the doctor can release on the app itself.
Thank you.
Adding on to Angela, I think we could also cooperate together with the food delivery services, because these businesses will most likely also collaborate with these food delivery services and will also make healthy food more accessible to various groups of people.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Just one question on the AI functionality. Typically that requires a lot of scanning and a lot of data to train the algorithm. How do you intend to do that?
I think first we plan to start out pretty basic, like the skeleton of our app, when we try it out in the market, would be to scan basic foods and then just present information about the foods. But as we go on, we are planning to develop a structure similar to Pokemon Go, which is you scan a place and then you have an AR character appear. Similar to that, we plan to have AR information appear to make it more interactive for the customers.
Yeah.
So this is a progressive model.
Awesome. So I think, one key piece you may have mentioned is a nutritionist. A nutritionist, I think, on your team is really super important. And perhaps through government agencies, there's collaboration platforms and opportunities there. So well done. Great presentation.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Just to add to everyone else's point, is a really phenomenal presentation. Love the layout. I love how you laid out which one I really liked the best was kind of the challenges, and you were able to kind of address that as well. One question for you was, you mentioned 1.45 million per year. Great that you came up with a forecast. Can you break it out for me? How do you think you're going to come up to that again? You might have said it, no, I missed it.
So we hope to get 150,000 downloads per year, which is the average, like based on our research, is the average number of downloads that an app typically gets on the market. Then from there are 28,000 food service outlets around Singapore. So we hope to get all of them to sign up eventually. And combined with the ads that we'll be giving to the ad space will be giving to these businesses, we also hope to earn based on a pay by click basis, $50,000 from that. So combined with all that, we hope to get 1.545 million a year.
I like the thinking out of your model there. So good.
I like the way you're using a healthy donut there to show an image for your healthy app. Does this work, or how would this work with online shopping, or would you need to be in a physical store to scan labels, or could it work with online shopping as well?
We previously hadn't considered online shopping, but if we were to include online shopping in our model, maybe when you hover over the image of the object, you can get the nutritional information of the product.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, that was a fantastic Q&A back and forth, and you can really tell so much effort has gone into this presentation. From the donut illustration, which is like a reference to some of the workshops that were conducted, we can see that you've really put in the effort to apply your learning to the actual work. So we're very proud of you for that. Wow, it looks like we're gonna have a tough battle in the food category, and they really raised the standard and set a very high bar for the other categories that are coming up. Yeah. So thank you so much to the Bon Appetit team. Really appreciate your presentation. Yeah. Wow, okay. So now we're gonna welcome our first team in the function category. So team 4 is called ESM Technologies. Wow, a very techy name. And okay, the members are Casey, Grace, Josie, Nasia, and Reiko. Yeah. So looking forward to your presentation. Yeah.
Okay, I'll share my screen first. Yeah. Okay. We can start now.
Yep, ready when you are.
When you walk down the aisles of the supermarket, they are overflowing with plastic, and more plastic. Currently, fruits are covered with plastic packaging, which is really polluting to our environment. Our company, ESM Technologies, is here to tackle the issue of plastic packaging for fruits and vegetables using ESM.
So ESM stands for eggshell membrane, which we will use as edible food coating as well as food packaging. Over 8.1 million tons of eggshells are produced each year. Our idea is to extract eggshell membranes from the eggshell waste, produce edible coating for food, and produce film as food packaging. 3 years later, after extensive experimentation, we will use recombinant DNA technology to produce the proteins found in the eggshell membrane to provide more premium quality food coating and packaging for our consumers.
ESM acts as protection for eggs against bacteria and will prevent the egg white from drying out. Hence, it will be able to protect and prolong the lifespan for fruits and vegetables too. In addition, making use of eggshells also reduces waste. We can also use ESM to produce coating, a more environmentally friendly source of plastic cling wrap. Singapore is also facing a silver tsunami, with 25% of Singaporeans aged 65 and above by 2030. ESM is made up of components such as collagen, glucosamine, which will improve elderly's health since they are beneficial to bone and joint health.
In terms of profit, due to the increased health benefits that treat the problems of many local health problems, we will be pricing products that are quoted with our ESM 10% higher than market price. We will ensure sustainability by focusing on our recombinant DNA method after sufficient research has been done.
Many consumers will also choose to buy our products rather than the supplements that range from $60 to $100, as ours are cheaper and integrated into the food they eat. In the future, when our technology kicks off in Singapore, we will eventually expand it overseas to bigger markets like China and America. By acquiring a patent and commercializing our ESM, we will profit even more.
As a company with a business-to-business model based in Singapore, we need many other companies to collaborate with and support us.
We need $1 million from you to gather a team of scientists, perform a validation trial, improve our product, and do marketing. Poultry companies, fruit companies, and vegetable companies, all of you are welcome to contact us at collaborating@esmtechnologies.com. Thank you.
Wow. Oh, again, yeah, I can't even find the words to describe how blown away I am by all these presentations. So true to your name, it's very technological. Yeah, and wow, okay, I see that you guys also have an Instagram profile. Wow, okay. So I'm just gonna pass this precious time over to our judges for questions.
You don't sound like you're in secondary school. You sound like you've just got PhDs in maybe you could be finding some people to hire here. Did I catch it right that this is an edible membrane?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. And so it could be used, so how would you use it with fruit and veg? Can you tell me a bit more about how the fruit and veg, how this membrane would be used?
So basically, we will be analyzing the eggshell membrane. So at first, we will be using the eggshell membrane and making it into the coating that we will use to coat like fruits and vegetables, which will be like an alternative to the current plastic food packaging that is used. And then eventually, we will be able to use DNA recombinant technology by extracting like the proteins that are found, and then using the DNA recombinant technology to like be able to mass produce these proteins and make the coating for the fruits and vegetables.
If you need any flavors for your edible coatings, then give me a call.
Okay.
Actually, that was my question. Have you actually thought about what it's going to taste like since it's edible? Have you thought through what will be the final actual taste to make it actually attractive?
No, we'll base it on the actual food as much as possible, because since it's made out of the eggshell membrane, it'll probably taste something like the egg white, largely tasteless. So you get to taste like most of the original food, like an apple itself, and you'll get to taste everything that the original food has. Thank you.
Awesome, very interesting idea. I'm Kai, so I'm very excited about science. But I have to ask the hard questions here. So can you tell me more where you found this idea? Was there a proof of concept done before? Has anyone tried using the eggshell membrane after you break it apart and then formulate a new material? Because this is very interesting, and I would love to hear what inspired you guys to think about eggshell membrane.
Actually, not really. Like, there isn't really a proof of concept. Like, we were just really like thinking about like materials in like nature which has very similar properties to plastic. Like, it's like flexible and like sort of transparent. But then there have been like quite a lot of researchers like that say that the eggshell membrane is like quite it can like resist bacteria, and also like it can prevent moisture from like getting into contact with like the egg white or something like that. Yeah, so like we actually felt that like that would help prolong the lifespan of the fruits and vegetables more. So like it'll be like killing two birds with one stone. So we thought about using it as like a replacement for plastic. Yeah.
In addition to that, I think like there are a number of like other products in the market which have like kind of the same concept, but just using a different product. So like there's like seaweeds and like others. So like I think we were just using that proof of concept in this using the eggshell membrane to try and like work it out with a new formulation.
Great idea. I mean, if you guys are interested, you can get in touch with me. I have good friends in the materials area in A-Star, and I think there are quite a number. Well, there's a huge professor working at NTU on using food waste for a new purpose. I'm sure he would love to hear about what you guys do. So keep going. Very interesting ideas.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, great presentation. I think, the applications for reducing plastic, single-use plastic and packaging, as much as extension of shelf life, is really interesting. So using novel applications, and as Kay mentioned, to the materials group at A-Star and also at NUS and NTU, all have a focus on this. So I think if you manage that carefully and dare I say it, start already thinking about protecting your technology, or at least providing a proof of concept, I think that's quite exciting.
Hey guys, this is Wei Hao from Razer. Thanks very much. Very interesting and novel idea. Wanted to ask about how you're going to make money, your main business model, right? Because I think earlier you mentioned you're going to price it at 10% higher than normal foods. But then I also saw that you were going to partner with a few different type of customers. So what is your main business model here? Is it a B2B model? Is it a B2C model? Can you just talk us through that?
For us, I think it's a B2B model because we will work with, for example, like poultry companies to be able to first like obtain the eggshells. And then eventually we will also have to work with other companies like the supermarket companies like Giant, FairPrice, or even like fruits and vegetable companies, so that we can provide the coating to them.
Okay, so you're going to charge these supermarket companies, these, I guess, consumer product companies to actually provide the coating directly.
Yes.
Okay, unfortunately, that was all the time that we had for questions, even though there's so much to ask of this team, So thank you so much to the ESM Technologies for that great, innovative sharing. I think we're seeing lots of like sparks of like creativity there. Yep. Okay, so up next in the function category, we have team Succeed. Okay, I can see the play on the word. So we have 5 members here: Celeste, Ingrid, Junlin, Leona, and Isabel. So please take the stage.
All right, let me just share the screen real quick. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
All right.
We are seeing your Instagram page, is that right?
Yeah, wait, I'm moving over to the my map. Okay, here.
Okay, do I start?
Yep.
Okay. It is no surprise that going green has become increasingly popular, especially going paperless. The manufacture of paper results in the release of gases bringing about air pollution as well as deforestation, which causes heavy losses of flora and fauna. However, many find it difficult to switch from traditional to digital note-taking, so we present an innovative solution. Succeed, a portmanteau of sustainability and seed.
Lots of packaging is made out of plastic, a major contributor to land and water pollution. Our products feature sustainable alternatives for plastic, while also educating future generations about the impact of non-biodegradable materials on the environment. At the same time, it is a step towards solving the deforestation problem and world hunger issues, as it produces fruit trees that can be harvested for consumption.
Our team has developed a line of sustainable products to solve the problem. Crafted from natural products, not only do they recycle materials, but produce even more to replace the ones used in the process of making them. But how? Seeds. Fruit seeds are embedded within each notebook page. Once the notebooks have been used up, they can be buried in the ground and watered to produce trees. The pages are also made from recycled paper containing plant fibers, which act as a rich source of carbon for composting and fertilizer for the seeds they contain. In addition, every other page contains facts and trivia about sustainability targeted towards the education of the public. We're not just planting seeds, we're planting seeds of knowledge to grow an environmentally conscious future. Next, we have lolly plants. Everything about lolly plants is biodegradable, from the edible packaging that is wrapped around the lollipop to the stick. Once you have finished the lollipop, you can simply bury the stick into soil. With some care and watering, you will soon be rewarded with a tree that you can harvest fruit from. This is because the sticks contain fruit seeds unique to the flavor of each lollipop. You may be wondering, what makes our product so special and different? Each page of our notebooks is scented with the fruit that the seeds will grow into. When the paper decomposes, the plants can absorb nutrients from there to grow better. As for lollipops, you're getting a constantly renewable source of food for the price of a small candy, as you can keep harvesting fruit from the trees produced from it.
It costs $2 to manufacture one notebook, and we will be selling it for $7.99. Considering the numerous aspects of our product, the price is still worth it while allowing us to make a sizable profit. This is similar for lolly plant, which costs $1.50 to manufacture and will be sold for $3.50. Although this may seem expensive, it is actually very affordable considering the potentially endless cycle of food that can be produced. Our affordable prices, combined with our trendy product model, fits perfectly into the formula of success. For our public output, we will be having promotions and advertisements on websites and the television. Our products will be introduced to the market through celebrity endorsements, and the sense, aesthetics, and novelty of the products could likely go viral, making them suitable for social media marketing, such as on TikTok and Instagram. As you can see, we have the potential to expand in this sector, especially with current modern trends. Why not invest in us? Thank you for your time. We also have a website, but we're not done with it yet. This will be the site where customers can come to find more about our company and buy things and also submit their feedback. We have an Instagram page too, but we don't have posts yet.
Okay, thank you so much to the Succeed team. Yeah, I know you guys are slightly over time, but I just couldn't bear to cut your presentation short because you had so many interesting ideas to share with us. So I'll leave it to the judges now to ask questions.
I'm actually not very clear. Are you trying to just sell seeds and then you just package it very cutely into lollipops? And if so, what kind of seeds or what are you trying to get people to grow? Because I thought you started with talking about some kind of plastic or packaging or something. I'm a little lost actually.
We have two products. The first one is a lollipop. The second one is a notebook. So for our lollipop, the packaging that packages the outside of the candy is biodegradable but waterproof. And the stick of the lollipop, inside that stick, it contains seeds. So when you're done with the lollipop, you just have to stick that, the stick that's remaining into some soil and water it, and it will grow some plants. And for the notebook, in each page of the notebook, there are seeds embedded inside. So once you're done using the notebook, you can just bury it in soil and water it, and the plants also grow out.
Thank you. This is so much clearer.
And what sort of plants are you thinking about? Edible plants or decorative plants? Or?
Our product is, we have herbs. We are trying to look into edible plants, but for now we have to focus on smaller ones. We were considering like those small mandarins, and there's also those for decoration. So our product has many different purposes.
Okay, thanks.
Are you looking primarily at the Singapore market or beyond?
We're looking beyond. We would like to sell our products globally. So we offer shipping worldwide, as you can see here.
So just a question, will customers be buying the notebooks or the lollipops based on the plants they can grow, or based on the look of the book or the flavor of the lollipop?
The flavor of the lollipop is related to the plant that they are growing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
How are you going to
You need to
develop
take a
this technology? I mean,
Sorry?
is it how are you going to develop this technology to do it? Do you already have an idea of how it can be done?
So far there are similar products on the market already, but they're doing it a little bit differently. What they do have is like seed paper that you can grow. They also have seed paper notebooks, but we're doing it differently because we have the scent and the customization available.
Okay.
Angelique, I think you're on mute. Yeah, we didn't hear you.
Hey everyone, this is Wei Hao from Razer. I was actually just informed by my better half, which is she's a teacher, so she actually said she was gifted a pencil with a seed inside, and they can actually plant the pencil. So I think to your point, Isabel, there are already current competitors in the market. Have you guys taken a look at the competition? Do you know roughly how much sales they are making? How big is the market actually?
Oops, nobody's answering.
Well, we haven't looked at that yet, but it is something we will look into in the future. We were going to use our statistics that we gained from this first year of selling this product to basically just analyze what people like and what they need. And because we also have a feedback section in our website and we are contactable via social media, so it is very, very easy to connect with us. And as a company, we really value our customers' opinions. So we will definitely take these into consideration. And I think this is also one thing that one thing that's slightly different from other big companies.
I guess adding on to the question, I'm kind of curious, what is your target market here? Like, who would be your ideal customer?
Actually, we're targeting people worldwide, regardless of their age, because like we said in the website, there's always something for your taste. We were thinking about creating children's books with also this seed paper, and inside we are going to spread awareness about sustainability, and there would also be some interactive activities. So it can be customized for different age groups.
Have you thought about the issue of certain seeds and plants not being able to grow in certain environments and being able to cater for that? I think that's one question. And the second one is actually more related to the fact that if you have any cross-border transportation of seeds, does that pose problems from the agricultural authorities and such?
I think we can have different lines of products for different countries. So for example, tropical countries, we can like release limited edition products, which are like for tropical fruits, they can only be grown in that kind of climate.
About the issue of transporting seeds across borders, we will need to expand our company a lot more. We were thinking of partnerships with agencies like our National Environment Agency and the NParks. I think in other countries, they also have similar organizations. And with a partnership, we will be able to raise awareness about wildlife sustainability. I think this is something that these agencies have been looking at more and more over the years. So we should be able to gain sufficient support.
Good, thank you.
Thank you everyone for your questions. I think our 5 minutes is up. And I think Matilda actually brought out a very good point in the chat where it's okay if you don't have all the answers yet. The tough questions are here to help you frame how you present things. So I think the team really took a good step at all these questions. And I think you have the potential to go very far. So thank you for your presentation. Now, at this juncture, I just wanted to give a reminder to the judges that all judges, will be judging across the categories of food, function, flavor, and fragrance. And that, the judging is all in one form for all 8 teams. So it'll be good, as you go along that you start filling out the forms already. Yeah, thank you so much. Okay, so moving on to our next team. Yeah, so we have team 6, the third group in the function category called Future Gen. It might be a small team, but definitely don't underestimate, what they're about to present. So, I present to you Chloe and Nashra from Future Gen.
I'll start in 3, 2, 1. The fashion industry is unsustainable. A McKinsey report revealed that 3/5 of all clothing items will end up in an incinerator or landfill within a year after being produced. In the fashion industry, we identified 2 main problems. Firstly, clothing manufacturers and thrift shop owners have limited platforms to sell their clothes. Secondly, individuals don't know reliable sources to buy secondhand clothing from. Hi everyone, this is Future Gen and I'm Chloe, the CEO. And through Future Gen, we have presented a solution that translates ethical intentions to actions by repurposing clothing and supporting small businesses through our app. Our app, called the Ethical Retreat, has this rough layout. The main purpose of our app will be connecting ethical brands with buyers. And what does ethical really mean? We will be performing a screening of companies with the criteria listed on the left-hand column. Besides ensuring that our app supports ethical businesses, we will also be incorporating social networking features. We will have clothing manufacturers and thrift shop owners. We will be giving them the ability to advertise on this page. Additionally, we will be having a social feed where users will be able to post photos of clothing articles they were using by tagging companies with our features. Ultimately, this will be promoting self-expression and building a community. Moreover, we will be having a customer service branch to address our purchasers' concerns and needs. Now I will be handing it over to my business partner, Narsha.
I'll be focusing on Future Gen's revenue model. We plan to gain profits by advertising from thrift and brand owners, premium memberships for clothing brands and thrift shops to promote their products. The cost will be based on company size. We also will gain commission of real sales, which will range from 5 to 10%. This will also depend on the company size. We will also obtain sponsorship from other companies or brands that share the same values as Future Gen. Onto our business development. We intend to start with Singapore, then expanding to Southeast Asia, and then we intend to do a global takeover. We will be available on all platforms from Apple, Android, Microsoft, and more. Now onto our marketing strategy. We intend to advertise on other apps, events, and platforms that share similar values as Future Gen. We are confident that they will be enticed by our message to translate ethical intentions to ethical consumerism. To end off, we have worked many months to establish Future Gen. So please do help us by raising $10,000 for us to implement this solution that can help us shape our future together. Thank you.
Great job. Thank you to the team for presenting. Yeah, I really love the icon that you have in the middle, as well as all the handwritten notes that you have detailing the company. Yeah. So I'm going to pass it over to our judges again to ask their questions.
just a comment. I really enjoyed the presentation. A lot of confidence. You really showed a good command of the business as well as how you two would partner up. So great job on that.
Thank you so much.
Go for it. Go for it.
Okay, great. Thank you. I think both of you did an excellent job. Just the two of you, very clear presentations. You went through all the important aspects that people will be interested to know. One thing I wanted to ask you is that have you looked at what are your potential competitors and what is potentially the market that you're going to be able to target for?
As for our competitors, there are quite a few platforms out there such as eBay, Poshmark, and so on. But the main aspect that differentiates our business is that we have this like social network or the social feed that encourages and builds a community of people that are alike because they're all interested in fashion.
And as for who our target audience are, of course, we intend to target everyone to be ethical consumers. And what really sets our ethical retreat apart is that we are entirely sustainable and we can really help you in making ethical purchases. But in terms of our ideal customers would probably be young women such as us who will be interested in the social media feed. Especially, they will be able to self-express, they will be able to share their fashion choices and so much more. So we really hope that we can attract people of wide from despite gender or age, of course.
Could you speak a little bit more and explain in greater detail your business model, the revenue model, and how you see budgets and forecasting taking place?
On the revenue model, right?
Yes.
Okay, so essentially most of it will actually come from the premium membership that we will offer to brands as well as purchasers. For the purchaser side, these are people who want to share their own self-expression. However, for the brands, they will be able to advertise their products on our social feed, and they will have to pay a premium membership, which will be based on their company size and what they can afford. And we will also be gaining commission of real sales that they obtain through our brand.
Thank you so much, Nashra and Chloe. I think this is really cool. I would love to just zoom in on the sustainability portion. You identified certain areas that you wanted to look at in terms of sustainability for future gen. Can you walk us through why you chose those elements?
Yeah.
Okay. Chloe?
Yeah, I can start off first and then you can add on if you want. So I think it's very hard to define like what ethical really means. So when Nashra searched it up, we wanted to make sure that it was not only like making sure that the output was sustainable and that companies weren't overproducing clothing articles, but that also like that the labor force necessary and input was also sustainable as well. So that's whether like if the workers are being treated well and if their wages are sufficient enough.
Sorry, go ahead, Nasha.
To add on, we also wanted to support brands that were animal cruelty free and ensure that the materials that the brands on our app will sell, we want to make sure that they are not harming our environment in any way. And in terms of the sustainable production, we meant that from start to finish, we want everything to be ethical. From the packaging, from the items that you buy, everything will be ethical. So like our name suggests, the ethical retreat, everything that you just have to sit there and buy and not worry about whether you're making ethical choices or not, because we have screened for you everything, and you just have to sit there, relax, and just purchase as per normal and have fun.
I just want to say that I love this. This is really innovative in the sense that sometimes we just hear, thrift shopping, and it's already good because we're, stopping the mass production. But to go to a place where you are fully like sure that everything is taken care of, you're really doing good by buying from this place. That's really, really amazing. And maybe you can think of your brand could also be sort of a certificate they get as well, because you are going to take this time to go and check that they are actually, cruelty free and not child labor and everything. So think about how you can also help all these other small producers to be out there and more people get to know what they're doing as well. Thank you so much for the presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you to the team. I think it's very innovative and also very encouraging how you think about sustainability in a holistic manner. So really kudos to both of you. Yeah. Okay, so next up, we're moving on to the flavor and fragrance category. Very exciting category indeed. And the first team that we have up is Buttercup Beauty. So the team members comprise Mingzhu, Wenxing, Lingyi, and Jinghong. Yep, so I'll hand it over to the team.
Hi everyone, we are Buttercup Beauty. Our Buttercup has 5 petals, each one representing an ingredient of our bar shampoos. I'm sure you've seen the long list of ingredients at the back of shampoo bottles. Did you know that in pursuit of fragrance, some common chemicals in traditional shampoo can cause terrifying health risks, such as memory and hair loss and eye and skin irritation? Most importantly, whatever goes down the drain ends up in our waterways, and they can pollute our drinking water, harming both humans and nature. The bar shampoos we're making only have 5 ingredients. All of them come from natural resources. We'll make a difference to the environment by using those sustainable and environmentally friendly materials. Also, the paper we use to wrap bar shampoo is completely biodegradable. You can just leave it in the garden and you'll be gone in a few weeks. The ingredients are inclusive of water, coconut oil, olive oil, sodium hydroxide, and fragrance factors. For grapefruit and hibiscus flavor, we'll include hibiscus flower tea and organic root powder, while for orange flavor, there will be orange peel oil, all of which are naturally derived and healthy. We're targeting teenage girls aged 12 to 20. These young people are highly environmentally conscious and they seek to do things differently from their parents by purchasing environmentally friendly products. Hence, we can satisfy a booming demand. Most importantly, few other companies are making similar products targeting similar audiences. So we are able to fill in the gap in the markets. We use only 5 ingredients to make the shampoo in a largely machine-operated factory in bulk. With a small amount of ingredients, we'll be able to keep the cost down. In stores, our shampoo is sold at very affordable prices at around $3, with one soap being able to last for 3 months. This provides us with both visual and economic appeals to our young consumers. We believe that as the first bar shampoo company targeting young teenage girls, our brand will be able to steadily increase our database of lifelong customers and grow our business. Furthermore, we can invite influential climate activists like Greta Thunberg to be the spokesperson for our company. Not only do they resonate with our target audiences, they also represent our vision to be a good steward of the environment. We will also promote our products by using social media platforms such as Instagram and TikTok, which are popular among teenagers. We are sure that our product will satisfy environmentally friendly youths while being good for their health, and most importantly, make a difference to our planet. Please invest in our machines and raw materials. Thank you.
Thank you to Team Buttercup Beauty. Wow, that was, yeah, I think Angelique encapsulated it so well. When she said she wanted to order a year's supply of like these soaps from your company. Yeah. So we hope you actually set it up. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to pass it over to our judges for the Q&A.
I'll be the first one. I'm blown away because I use bar soap all the time and I tell my wife to buy it for me all the time. And I've just never been cognizant that bar soap is not only so bad for you, but also bad for the environment. I mean, I had no idea. Is there anyone else doing that out there that you can buy these kind of bar soaps already? Because you know that you've made me want to switch right now from not buying the typical bar soap anymore.
Yeah, they actually, Christian, there are such companies already. A couple out in Canada, if I'm not mistaken.
Wow. Okay. It's. I'm not kidding.
Concept,
I really.
It's a great concept.
Yeah, it's changed my perception. I had no idea. You just don't think of I mean, obviously you use it every day, but I mean, it does last like a month. That it could be so harmful not only to you but the environment. Yeah, great, really fantastic.
I just have a question. Like, how are you going to keep the prices so low at $3?
Yeah.
I think for us, soaps are actually not really expensive to manufacture. Like the normal soaps we see in supermarkets are like only around $1. But I think a lot of young girls will want to choose our brand even though our soaps are more expensive than those in the supermarkets because we have the sustainable factor and we have young people nowadays are very conscious about it, so they will want to choose to purchase from us.
And in addition to what Wenxin said, our bar soap we are able to keep the price down because we have a small number of ingredients, and we can source these ingredients from local sources, so that decreases the transportation fee.
I might have missed this, but could you speak a little bit about your distribution plans? How do you plan to actually distribute this and sell this? I'm sorry if I missed this.
We can work with some supermarkets, because now the delivery service is so advanced and it's very convenient. So we can work with some delivery companies and the supermarket, which is the B2B business model, and then after that we just transport it there.
And the fragrancing part is all from natural essential oils, is that right? I think I saw orange oil. How do you find out? I love this idea of the first brand to target teenage girls with a bar soap. Bar soap's a little bit old-fashioned. Most teenage girls are using pump of shower gels. So to position this, it's got to have a pull factor, and often pull factor for these sorts of products is the aroma, is the fragrance, the smell. So how do you find out what smells these teenage girls want?
So firstly, we are a group of teenage girls, and I feel like from the people around us, we really like these smells a lot, and also we are also very interested in protecting the environment and finding a good quality soap. So I think that we can provide this kind of service to teenage girls.
And adding on, it's not just about bar soaps and the attracting teenage girls, because more importantly, we're not just soaps, we're shampoos. And on the internet, I found a lot of similar soaps about this, but there are really little shampoo-y stuff, because all the shampoo that I found is either not sustainable or the packaging is not as sustainable as us, which is why we are able to attract the young girls apart from the fragrance factor.
So are you saying that your shampoo version will be liquid?
No, I think for us, we're making bar shampoos, which is different from the liquid shampoos, and
You know, nowadays there's a trend about if you can create capsules or something where people can dissolve it in water. So therefore the logistic cost is much lower because the weightage is lower. Because honestly, I mean, I don't have children, but I am so against bar soaps, whatever, right? Because I just feel that it's less hygienic, for example, when it's exposed. So maybe if you could also consider this other option of developing capsules that dissolve in water. So then I am also not, then I don't have to pay for plastic bottles. I don't need to use bottles. I can do it myself at home. Yeah, because I wouldn't buy bars of anything in that sense. So if the parents are like me, then they may discourage their children from doing the same.
Thank you. That was like very insightful. I think we'll definitely take that idea into consideration. But also like I personally like to use bar soaps a lot. It's like really convenient. And also like I usually just like rinse my bar soap before I shower first a little bit.
We can have a long discussion about this. And but do a survey and definitely consider the other option as well. Why not have both, right?
Yep, thank you.
That's a great idea.
Just adding to Christina, I think Sea to Summit from the US is very interesting soap. They don't have shampoo. They're actually films. So they come in very small pack that looks like a mint pack. And you just take one strip. If you're at a campsite or you need to wash your hands, you just need to pour a little bit of water. So I think you can innovate and look into that for shampoo as well. So that will be easy to use, especially for traveling.
Buttercup Beauty, I think this is so fantastic. I actually use bar soaps and bar shampoos. I think there have been quite a few big brands that have been going this route. I just wanted to ask you about your social media marketing bit, right? I don't know if you're going to be able to get Greta Thunberg to push this stuff. Can you walk us through how you're going to build that community around it? I mean, how do you win that target market over?
We have built like an Instagram page which will hopefully attract like younger audiences, and we also have a website made for our
also through the Instagram pages and like other social media platforms like TikTok and stuff, like we can attract more followers, and then we can like interact and like form a close community.
Okay, thank you everyone. Yeah, I really love the volleying of ideas, like both from the judges and like just like throwing ideas around. I think that's great for, just like creating amazing companies. So thank you so much, Buttercup Beauty. Really love the Zoom background that you have going for you and how you hopped on the trend of like naturally sourced, minimally, minimal ingredients. So I think that's great. Yeah. Okay, and then last but not least, we have one more team in the flavor and fragrance category. So this team is called E-Cosmetics, a great play on the word. So it comprises of Jessie, Andrea, Macy, Jingbo, and Yuexing. Yep, so let me pass it over to E-Cosmetics to present.
Hi, can we be given the permission to share screen?
You should have the permission. Yeah. I think Macy is screen sharing, right? Let's see. So far, we're not seeing anything yet. Macy, are you able to screen share?
She said her Zoom is lagging.
Oh, okay. Okay. We see the deck. Yeah. Okay, great. Okay, ready when you are.
Good afternoon, judges and everyone. We are Jessie, Jingbo, and Andrea, the co-founders of E-Cosmetics, and we believe we have the most effective novel idea for increasing consumer awareness of harmful cosmetics production processes. Beauty products make us prettier, but it makes the world an uglier place. Cosmetics have huge environmental impacts, including the unsustainable palm oil consumption, heavy plastic usage, and depletion of water resources. Our aim is to raise consumer awareness of harmful production practices and urge them to adopt the use of products which are manufactured more sustainably. Essentially, our target audiences are cosmetics companies and their customers. Here's where our two-part business solution comes in. Firstly, we will be providing sustainability certifications for cosmetics companies, which will enable them to demonstrate that their products are in line with consumers' increasing environmental concerns. Secondly, we will create an app that targets consumers and raises awareness on harmful production practices.
So, what do companies have to gain? With our certification label on cosmetic products, eco-conscious consumers will be able to easily identify and purchase the company's sustainable products, enabling companies to cater to a wider audience, like those who are environmentally conscious. We expect sales to increase in the same way that sales of product increase with the Health Promotion Board Healthier Choice labels. Our annual certification is projected to be charged at $200 per product, with over 180 beauty companies worldwide and approximately 20 products per company that will amount to a total revenue of over $1 million. On our certification labels, there will also be a QR code for our app. This leads me to the second part of our solution, our eCosmetic app, which will be launched on Google Play and App Store. It allows buyers to obtain discounts for products with our label, incentivizing consumers to download our app and become more aware of what they are purchasing. Another crucial function of this app lies in its educational purposes. We will include unskippable ad-style videos on the negative impacts of harmful product practices, which users have to watch before redeeming these discounts, increasing consumer awareness effectively.
Sustainability certification processes remain
I think we can't hear Jingpo. Jingpo, we can't hear you speaking. Yeah. You are mute, yeah. No worries, you can start again. Yeah. Your segment. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
I think we still don't hear you. Is it just me or?
No, it's not
Is it the
clear
case?
here over here too.
Is it okay if I help say her part?
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. Yeah, thanks.
Okay. So while challenges are inevitable, one challenge we might face is that companies who have already obtained the label may not maintain their sustainable practices in the long term. To tackle this issue, companies will be required to reapply for our sustainability certification every year to ensure that production processes remain environmentally friendly. In order to accomplish all of this, we would require a starting investment of around $50,000 for the creation of our app and sustainability framework. Please invest in us, eCosmetics, and beautify both the people and our environment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, eCosmetics. Yeah, we see that you downloaded actually the mind map as a PowerPoint. So that's also like an interesting choice. Yeah, for the final time, I'm going to pass it over to the judges for questions and answers. Yeah.
I'd like to say I really like the tagline when you mentioned makes us more beautiful, but the world's an uglier place. That was a great tagline.
Just some clarity here. What is the annual fee for certification? Was it $200 or $300
It was $300 per product.
Per product per year?
Yeah, per year.
So ladies, I was so impressed when you talked about the certification bit, and how I think, that's a very intriguing way of owning the market where, your company is now going to be not just like, doing these these annual subscriptions, but you're also going to be providing that certification. I think that's very interesting to be able to also bring all of these cosmetics brands to the table. Fantastic idea there. Can you walk me through a little bit more about who that target customer for you would be? Who would you want to subscribe or to even be certified by eCosmetics?
Okay, so in terms of target audience, like we mentioned, since there's an app and there's the certification, we're targeting both businesses and consumers. So in terms of businesses, we're going for the big beauty companies out there that own their industries. So like, I think Estee Lauder, yeah, something like that. And so those big companies like that, because those would have the greatest influence. Then in terms of the app, we are targeting all age groups because females from across different age groups all use cosmetics, and thus in order to solve this issue, we need to bring this app across to all age groups.
I also want to add the point that other than reaching out to those big companies, it also can help people to notice also maybe the smaller companies out there who are also producing eco friendly cosmetics, but they are not known to the people out there. So it also helps to maybe generate some revenue for them as well. And this label might also attract more customers to go to buy their products instead of those uneco-friendly ones as well.
Hi, I'm curious about what you guys have in terms of certification criteria. What makes you, what are the ticks you must get before you certify a company?
I think the main part is the manufacturing process and also the packaging part. So these two are the big main things that we will look into. So just now, as mentioned by Andrea, for the manufacturing processes, I think like there are certain chemicals or certain chemicals or materials that companies use that are unsustainable. And also during the process, they may dispose these chemicals or materials. The way they dispose it is not very environmentally friendly. So that's something that we have to check. And for packaging, I think it's self-explanatory in the sense that obviously if there's a more sustainable option, we will encourage them to adopt this certain method of packaging. Yeah,
I think adding on to that, we're also looking at the substances used in manufacturing the products, because when we did research, we found that right now, many of the substances used in manufacturing cosmetics are environmentally persistent, bioactive, and potentially able to bioaccumulate, causing sewage treatment plants to not always be effective in moving these chemicals. So we're also hoping to do this certification, encourage the companies to use substances that won't have this issue. So in that sense, it'll be solving the root cause as well. Yeah.
Do you know if there are other certification platforms or standards available out there already?
I think the similar platforms are like the vegan certifier company, but ours is not that similar in a sense that I don't think we have that. We have this completely same competitor out there in the marketing industry. So yeah, the most similar would be the vegan one or the vegetarian ones. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I think if there are no further questions for the team for e-cosmetics, we can sort of like wrap up, all the pitches for today. That was really a fantastic showing across like all the different categories and the teams. We were blown away by like your insights as well as like what you've been able to produce with such a short period of time. So now we're gonna go into like a 10 minutes break. Really a chance for like the judges also to complete their scoring. After which we'll tabulate the scores and go into the prize presentation. But I think just 2 notes to the judges. So one of the teams from the flavor and fragrance category unfortunately dropped out as they were not able to make it today. So we have 2 teams in the flavor and fragrance category. So that will be team 7 and 8. So for team 9 on the judging form, you can feel free to just fill in random numbers, just so that you can make sure to complete the form itself. Yeah. And then the second thing is, I know some of you wanted a refresher of like the different teams and the names of the members that just presented. So we'll be flashing that on the screen right now as well. Yeah. So yeah, Macy, if you can stop sharing. Yeah, Yi-Ting, could you share the slides again to show the teams? Yep, so we just wanted to do a refresher. Yep. So here are the teams. Yeah, thank you so much, Kai, for that message. Yeah, I think the students would love to get in touch. They were very inspired by Shokmi's presentation yesterday as well. So yeah, perhaps they could become like future interns at the company as well. Yeah.
Elaine, are we being moved to a separate room? A breakout room for discussion or anything like that?
No, yeah, so the current judging, yeah.
Okay, that's fine, thanks.
Thanks for asking.
Thanks, everyone. I'm gonna have to leave. I'm sorry, I won't be able to stay for the winners, but congratulations. I think everyone did a wonderful job, and it was great judging with all of the fellow judges. Thanks.
Thank you,
Bye.
Kai. Thank you for your kind sponsorship of the hampers as well. I think it's a very good prize for the students to have.
Yeah, I hope they enjoy it. Bye, guys. Take care.
Thank you for your time. Bye.
Bye, Kai.
While we're scoring, I also wanted to give all judges a chance to, speak and just like maybe share some of your thoughts on like what you've on the pitch presentation, if you like. So feel free to, to unmute and speak.
So I've got to pop out really soon, but I just wanted to say to all of the teams, I'm not sure, like maybe I should be applying for an internship with you guys. I'm amazed that you were able to do this in a day. And the amount of work that went in, the poise with which you held your own with the difficult questions. I don't believe I've been grilled as intensely as you guys have been. You have been grilled during this session, but I think you did a fantastic job. For those of you who maybe struggled a little bit or had difficulties with answering some of these questions, I think that's a fantastic avenue to show you how you can shore up some of your presentations and work on some of those areas. I'm really proud of all of you. If you'd like to hire me as your intern, please reach out. I'm happy to do so. Again, I feel that you are the future of industry moving forward. Thank you so much for inviting me, Big Idea Ventures.
Matilda, you and I are going to go together for internships, okay?
Yes.
Thank you so much, Matilda.
We gotta be schooled.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, Matilda. It was a pleasure to have you. I think we've learned so much from you and also learned so much from the students. So it's really like a two-way exchange.
I feel like I still couldn't believe that you guys are not even in uni yet, because like really agree with Alex before that. I feel I'm seeing presentation from someone who's already PhD or someone from like a big corporation, and seeing all of your presentation, I was just like feels very hopeful with all of our future. Like if we will have a bright future if the innovations comes from you girls.
Thank you, Astrid. Yeah, as a wonderful like female entrepreneur, I'm sure there's a lot that they can learn from you as well. And yeah, just feel free to let them know so how they can get in touch with you if they have any questions about like becoming an entrepreneur. Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to add on to all the teams. Really, 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 really well done. Innovation and knowledge and everything else beyond your years. It's really positive to see something coming out of kids that are between such young ages. I believe what 12 to 16, right, Elaine? That's the it's unbelievable. Well, one of you sounded like your voices hadn't even cracked yet. I'm not sure who that was, but really well done. Keep it going. Keep those ideas flowing. A lot of these ideas are ideas that I've never seen before. So congratulations to everyone. Everyone's a winner. And yeah, I'm so happy that I managed to spend my Saturday afternoon productively with everyone here.
Actually, I have a question for both Elaine and Dalal. How do we keep this cohort of young girls and young women together? And, how can we keep, I guess, either supporting them or following them and paving the way for them and clearing the way for them, I guess. How do we do that? Collectively, I think between all of us, we can do this.
Absolutely, and that's why we're so proud to partner with UWS and the UNDP Youth CoLab, because I think you really have the right tools to encourage and motivate the youth, especially at these fundamental years. Of course, as Big Idea Ventures, we can just connect everyone, but we are, let's say, looking for let's say entrepreneurs that already have a finished company, an MVP. But definitely, we can share their email contacts. We can, encourage them to participate in all of these organizations that they've been exposed to in the last 2 days, especially the Young Founders School and some of their, let's say, inspirational talks on entrepreneurship. So, I think we definitely need to create, let's say, a Slack channel for them, something to really make sure that they can stay on top of it and really, get the latest feedback and news from all of these organizations.
Yeah, let's definitely work on that, Dalal. It would be a pleasure to do that for these young ladies.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll do.
I was going to say that's actually a great thought, because how do we, our intention is, the team's intention is we'll continue doing this once every year with the value partners we have on here, so with value judges, right? But moving forward is how do we monitor and how do we help them grow as they go into these competition and over the next couple of years and stuff like that. So I think that's a really good idea, and measure how potentially successful they all will be, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, I just want to say, from my perspective, I was just blown away. So I was just chatting to my wife just now and saying how impressive, articulate, forward thinking the cohort is. So I don't think there were any bad presentations, actually. It's just some needs a little bit more refining, maybe on market research, on product development, but that's in a hackathon environment, that's how it works, right?
Exactly.
So I really liked the format of the mind mapping platform. I think that made it really easy for us to follow logically the sequence of thoughts and ideas. And I just want to reach out and congratulate all of you. It's just an amazing.
Can I ask a question of the young ladies? Did you have fun in the process?
Okay. Oh, come on, everyone. You guys already, just presented full-fledged 3-minute pitches of your company. I'm sure you can, speak a little bit about your thoughts about the pitch presentation.
Look in the chat box. Get your answer.
Oh,
Yeah,
excellently.
there-
Okay.
lots of them. That was fast and furious. Yes. Because at the end of the day, it's got to be fun too. It goes back to what we talked about yesterday, the creative element, right? All this is bringing out the creativity in you. So well done.
For me, it's having the motivation to do this, to put your hand up and do it. I'm ashamed to say I've got two teenage girls in this house who I gave the opportunity to, and they didn't do it. And I will be having words with them later after seeing all of this energy and really well structured thinking and passion. You know, you all presented super well. I agree with Rob. This mind map as a way to structure a presentation is fantastic. We're all a bit tired of PowerPoint, but we all still use PowerPoint. So I'm really inspired. It's been a wonderful use of a Saturday afternoon, and yeah, and you can smile thinking that two teenage girls that are not so engaged as you lot are going to get a talking to later today. So great job, everyone. Thank you for the invitation to the BIV team. I think you've done an incredible job of pulling this together with excellent execution. So fantastic. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Alex. Yeah, we are so impressed by the fact that a lot of the students are here. For many of them, yesterday was actually the last day of their school term. So, they really immediately came straight into this hackathon, without a break. So we're super impressed by the dedication.
Yeah.
So really a shout out to all of you.
Great.
Okay, I saw that. Okay, we have all the scores in from the judges. Thank you so much, for your time and really just being here with us today and like giving so many, thought-provoking questions to the students that really make them, refine again their ideas. I think it's going to really help them in the long term. So want to give you another huge thank you for being here. We really, really appreciate your time, especially on a Saturday afternoon like this. Yeah, so I think that we are just going to give a few more minutes, for the team internally to tabulate the various scores, and then we'll be going very quickly into the prize presentation. Yeah.
But Elaine, everybody's a winner. They've all come out as winners.
Yeah, I'm also thinking, even though we're giving the prizes to the first prize, but honestly, if they're happy, they could, feel free to share the prizes. Honestly, I think that would be in the spirit of how everybody is a winner. Yeah. Because all the pictures have really blown me away. Yeah. Okay, shall we give everyone just a quick 5 minutes break? If you need to use the restroom, you need to grab a snack. Yeah, because stay tuned. In a few minutes, we're going to announce the winners. Okay, we have the names of the winners for all 3 categories, and we're so excited to share with you. Yes, okay, we shan't keep you in suspense any longer because we all know it's the suspense that kills everyone rather than the end result. Yeah, okay, so we're just gonna quickly share our screen and we're gonna flash the winners for the first category, the food category. Okay. Just admitting some folks back into the room after the break. Okay. Okay. Who is ready to hear who's the winner for the food category? We have 3 competing teams. Okay. If you can go to the next slide, I know there's a drum roll. Okay, so the winner of the food category is... It is Planning Story! Okay, so the team comprises of Tejaswari, Emma, Giselle, and Hayden. Congratulations! Yeah, congratulations. Yeah, not sure if any of the judges might have like a few words that they might want to say about the win of this team.
I just want to put a notice. Hayden Kiddo is my son, but he is not going to get any of these prizes. So that's all.
Okay, we're so happy for you.
Congratulations, everyone.
I think this team was very slick. There was a great energy in the presentation, and it's it's a very executable idea with opportunities for different culinary styles, different target groups, maybe with fortification and different nutritional needs. I love the idea, and I'd like to see it come into fruition. But above all, it was a slick presentation with super energy. So well done, everyone. Well deserved.
So I would say it was a combination of substance and style. So that's to me the ultimate.
Awesome. Yeah, it was a super well-deserved win. We're so happy for the team. Yeah. Maybe, does anyone from the team want to say like a few words maybe?
We're definitely very happy. Thank you.
No, really great job, Emma. Yeah, Tejaswari, Giselle, and Hayden. We're very proud of you guys. Yeah. So in the next slide, we're actually going to flash like the various prizes that you're able to get for the food category. So this is all that you're entitled to, and we'll be in touch again as to how you can collect these various prizes. Yeah. So we hope you enjoy. Yeah. Okay. And then the next category we have is the function category. Again, like 3 teams. Who's going to be the winning team? Drum roll, please. Oh, great. Who is it? It is ESM Technologies.
Good job.
Okay, so the team comprises of Casey, Grace, Josie, Nasia, and Reiko. Congratulations, team.
Congratulations, guys.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you
Very
so
well
much.
deserved, everyone. That was a very sleek presentation. Wow, eggshell memory. That's really gonna stay in me for a long time, I think. Do any of the judges want to say anything?
Just that you did a great job selling the idea without a proof of concept, and it goes to show that the power of a good story that's presented in an engaging way. So well done. I hope the science can back it up. Let's see. It was a great session. Well done.
Yeah, I agree with that. It it's topical. It was on point. And aside from your presentation being very well delivered. You really thought about the technology and the application of the technology with egg producers. So well done.
And definitely, I mean, while proof of concept is something, you know, that perhaps we can see later on, I think you handled the questions really well. And we had some difficult questions that we posed.
Absolutely, yeah. I think everybody touched on like really great points there. It's a super well-deserved win. Does anyone from the team have anything they would like to share?
Like, thank you so much. I guess like our team would really just want to say like thank you to Dr. Dalal because she gave us a lot of guidance, like on like once we set our idea, and like yeah, she helped us like think of like a few possible solutions. Like just like to expand our like perspective a little bit. Yeah, so thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dalal.
No, thank you. You guys did amazing. I was so blown away when you said eggshell membrane. I was like, what? I've never heard of this before. And it was just so innovative. So great job. Well deserved.
Thank you to the team. Yeah, that was a really great work. Yeah, fantastic work. I think you really have a lot of potential to take this idea further. Yeah. So we'll look forward to seeing you in time to come. Okay. And then, last but not least, you know, like the teams in the, you know, flavor and fragrance category must be like dying to know exactly which team won, right? So it won't, you know, hold you back any longer. So the winning team for the fragrance and flavor is it is Buttercup Beauty. Woo!
Yes.
Congratulations to team comprising of Ning Chu, Wen Xing, Ling Yi, and Jing Hong. Yeah. Any thoughts from the judges on this team?
Well done. Less is better.
Yeah, I like the idea of targeting teenage girls with these sustainable solutions. And I think one of the presenters said that she uses bar soap a lot, and if you can make bar soap smell amazing, and don't underestimate the need for it to smell amazing, and do the function that it's meant to do, and enjoy the process, and deal with the fact that bar soap can be messy. There's lots of challenges, but I think they're fun ones that you're going to solve. And if the prize from Jivanan is, I think for this one was a tour of our Protein Innovation Center, I'll change that to a tour of our Fragrance and Beauty Innovation Center for this team. I think it might be a little bit more relevant.
Wow, that would be really so fantastic. Thank you so much, Alex. Yeah, I think they'll really appreciate the opportunity to check out the Fragrance and Beauty Center. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah. And yeah, here are all the prizes that you guys tend to get. Yeah, including like you can look forward to the perfumery lab experience, super relevant to the topic, and a very valuable opportunity to, you know, exchange sort of like insights with Johanna, the panelist, the female, one of the panelists that we had at the roundtable yesterday. Yeah, and you know, much more. So stay tuned. We'll be in touch again. Yeah, okay. I realized that, you know, we've sort of like gone past, so you know, we want to deliver some closing remarks. So perhaps we could start with Christian from Big Idea Ventures, if you'd like to go first.
Sure, thank you, Elaine. So first and foremost, I wanted to thank to all the amazing students who participated. You are all winners according to BIV, the respective judges and the speakers. So thank you so much for your time. You put in fantastic work, dedication, and allocation to the project. And we actually look forward to working with you and staying in touch as you progress in schools, and we're always going to be there for you in terms of mentorship. So thank you for that. The second stakeholder I'd like to thank you is obviously our amazing judges and amazing speakers for spending 2 wonderful days with us, working with the future generation of female leaders and that we are talking to, right? So I think we were really appreciative of that, and we look forward to you participating in our annual hackathon that will continue. The last one, just on a personal note, I want to thank you to Elaine for doing a fantastic job of emceeing. She is, frankly, she's really a testament to the potential of the next generation of women leaders in sport, right? So she is she's done an amazing job. She's been with us for a year, done an amazing job, and then unfortunately she is leaving, but she's leaving for such an amazing opportunity. She is going to the US and studying full-time at Harvard, getting a master's in East Asian studies, if I remember correctly. So she is really a testament to the potential that we see in the youth in Singapore, right? And the work that they're doing, not only in here, but globally, and taking that skill set. So thank you to everyone. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Christian, for the kind words. I really appreciate it. Yeah, it has been a really, really great journey with Regarded Ventures as well as organizing this hackathon. It's been truly inspirational getting to meet such bright young minds out there. Yep. Next up, I also wanted to give the opportunity to Georgette to also speak, say some closing remarks, if you like, as one of our proud partners of this hackathon.
Sure. Thank you, Elaine, and thank you for doing such a splendid job at corralling and making sure everything stuck to timing. That's not the easiest task, we know that. Thank you, BIV, Christian, Dalal, Elaine, the whole team. You were totally awesome. And of course, the United Women Singapore has had the best time working with all of you. We are so taken by the level, the caliber of these young ladies. If anything, it really validates the space that we are in, which is encouraging, supporting, and advancing STEM for to create that pathway for our future women leaders. So thank you, EIV, for the opportunity. Had lots and lots of fun, listening in to the presentations, and thank you for including us. It was a real honor.
Thank you so much, Georgette. We really look forward, to partnering with UWS again in future editions of our hackathon. This is only the inaugural one, but it really goes to show just how much, possibilities there are, that we can, experiment with in the future. So thank you so much. Yeah. And then next up, I will also want to give an opportunity to Carla from UNDP, if you'd like to share a few words as well.
Yes, first of all, just gonna say thank you for you guys for organizing such an amazing event. It was a bit rushed because we had to figure out everything, and we were all not so used to work with girls that are this age and such. So I know all of us, even the judges, we came with an open mind, but absolutely it was just such the quality of your work, the passion that we can already see in your presentations is just super, super encouraging. I guess you are now the ones who need to bring this to your community, to talk to your friends, share this experience, so they also see that if there's another opportunity, maybe in the next hackathon, we can have more of you joining us and getting the opportunity to come and present to all these amazing people. And as the other judge just said, we just felt like we're talking to PhD students or people who have been in the industry for so long. So it was just really, really nice to be part of this today, and encouraging you guys to continue always and try to find better ways or keep pivoting your idea, because this is just the beginning of a journey. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Carla. Yeah, I know with you, I think with UNDP, we've had such great experiences together. Really thank you for, being the genesis when you first started with the entrepreneurship workshop. I think the students come in not knowing too much about it, but really, that helped to break the ice, and we subsequently had so many engaging sessions. So thank you so much, for your participation and strong support. Yeah. And then I know Dalal would love to go next. To share a few words.
No, thank you so much. Thank you to everyone. I mean, the participants, the students, thank you for bringing all this energy and positivity. And, I would just say to, everyone who kind of, believed in us. And I think, when we thought about, what we could do to give back to the community, and like what I mentioned in my keynote speech at the beginning of this hackathon, is that, investments in women entrepreneurship, is appalling, and we want to change that. And we were saying that it's not about a lack of innovation, creativity, brilliant minds. They're all here, but you need that confidence. You need the support, the network, And, I think it was just so great to have so many people from this ecosystem really come together and be there for you. So, we're so happy to be able to host this event. And I think, it really is a testament that we need to keep doing this. And hopefully we can see, the fruits of our hard labor and your hard labor, just grow and flourish and become amazing, innovative companies, really making an impact on the whole world. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dalal. Yeah, perhaps I just wanted to go next. So I just wanted to say, it's very surreal that this hackathon that has really been like weeks in the making has finally come to an end. And as an organizer, I really want to thank a few key groups, without which really I think none of this would have been possible. So first of all, I really want to thank all our partners, our key partner, United Women Singapore, as well as UNDP, and all the amazing partners, who came on board as a keynote speakers, judges, sponsors, and more. Your participation really allowed us to stay true to our mission of incubating and inspiring the next generation of female entrepreneurs and women in STEM. And next, I want to give like a huge shout out to my team, Dalal, Eating, Yuki, Nick, Hannah, for really going above and beyond for this hackathon. There's been moments where it's like hair grabbing, as well as moments where we had like so many more questions than answers. But I think everyone really came through, really put their best foot forward and really helped each other out. So, this so that this hackathon can be a success. And this, of course, includes our wider team, Matthew, Ben, Yulin, Christian, for all the immense support that you've shown to the project. You guys were amazing facilitators as well as judges during the multiple breakout sessions. And, last but not least, of course, I want to acknowledge all of the participants for really joining us yesterday and today. As mentioned earlier, some of you had to deal with the end of the school term yesterday. So we really appreciate all your time for picking, what we hope was like a meaningful, engaging event over like the chance to have a break. So we hope, you've gained a better understanding of like what it means to be like an entrepreneur, to pursue a career in STEM, and also had a comprehensive, introduction to the opportunities and challenges in the realms of like food, function, flavor and fragrance. And that some of the skills like elevator pitching will be really useful to you in your future endeavors. So we hope that we've been a bridge for you to forge like really meaningful connections with your fellow students, as well as our network of amazing partner organizations. So, rest assured that this is not the last you'll see of us. We're going to be following up with things like event recordings, certificates of participation, as well as the other miscellaneous items, and will be available as a resource to you. Yeah, so thank you so much. I also wanted to maybe give a little bit of time to see if anyone else on the team would like to say something, perhaps. Maybe Eating, would you like to go? Yeah, I know.
Okay.
You put in a lot of time for this as well.
But just thank a lot of parts for let's say thanking our partners, our judges, and everyone on the line. Probably I would like to know for the students, girls who join us today, we want to encourage you all, to go out there and try as many things as possible, learn new skills, join new CCAs, leadership roles. You have a lot of years ahead of you, to really develop yourself. So new goals are really amazing, to join this hackathon. So continue to be bold, dream big, and we believe that you'll do great things. So no, I guess I just want to, as cliche as it sounds, Nelson Mandela once said that you are the captain of your soul. So you decide, what you want to do, and then you do where you want to decide you want to go. So no one can stop you. So I just want to encourage you girls out there, so do great things in life. Thank you.
If there's nothing else from like anyone else, we just want to end off the day with like an end of day photo. I think a lot of you are familiar with the high five shot that we did yesterday. With like we have some like new faces today that we'll love to take a high five shot with. So if you could all turn on your cameras if you're comfortable and just put up your palm like this, so we can take a photo. And we're hoping to produce some sort of like post-event collateral that we can share with all of you as well. Yeah. Thank you, Eating, for doing this.
Okay, I'll take. Okay, so it's a few. I'm also gonna take a few shots. Okay, 1, 2, 3. 1. Okay. Hold it there. Hold on, cause there's a lot of you. Okay, then one last one. 1, 2, 3. Screenshot. Okay, yeah, done.
Yay, F to the power of 5.
Yeah.
Thank you everyone so much. That's really a wrap, and we hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Fantastic. Thanks, guys.
Take care.
Bye.
Thank you so
Thanks a
much.
lot.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Good job. Woo!
Well done. That's the end.
Thanks for having us. Thank you for coming.
Thanks, yeah.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Thank you for joining, all of you. We're so
Bye-bye.
inspired. Bye.
Have a good rest.
Yeah.
You worked very hard.
Awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's time to rest.
That's the rest.
Okay.
Right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone. Thank
Everyone.
you so much for
Thank
all your
you.
inputs.